Call the meeting to order. Some announcements first. This meeting being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on local cable channels and on the internet. There's remote participation information at the bottom of the agenda. A special town meeting to take place on Monday, October 23rd, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the annex. Call for volunteers. FY24 positions are listed on the website. And a reminder to subscribe for email, town agendas, news, and announcements on www.wnewbury.org. Subscribe. Regular business, item A, the applicant has withdrawn their application for temporary sign, so we'll skip over that. Item B, applications for committee appointments. So we have 6 people for the cultural council, or is it 5?
5.
2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
And we do have Brian is here.
Okay. And who else do we have?
Paul Nyman's here for capital improvement.
Yeah, and are you here for cultural council?
Yeah.
What's your name? Mina. Did you have any questions on the applications, or do you have anything you wish to say in support of your own? No, I like culture.
5 openings?
Yes.
There are
There are
15
many
seats.
open
There are 15 seats. Are there really?
Culture.
Okay. State mandate, yeah. So.
Yes.
My wife was asking, I should just take at least one. I'll tell her when I get home.
Well, perhaps we could tap her for something else.
So, yeah, I was curious. I mean, I think it's great that there are, 5 people, interested in being on the cultural council, 5 new people. But clearly it's not coincidence. Why, do we all of a sudden, I think it's great, but why do we all of a sudden have 5 people?
That would be my fault.
Oh, but.
Fault isn't really our fault. It's just really high.
So, we had, several members drop the term limits. And so then we were down to about 4 or 5 members.
Yeah.
And then one moved to Maryland because she got a tenured position, and another decided not to drop, so we're down to 3.
Okay.
And so, I took it upon myself and assistant town clerk, we went through the street listing. We found anyone who had similar interests to art and artistry of any kind.
So you did a word search for in the occupation field.
Exactly. Yeah. And so we sent out letters to anyone in town.
Yeah.
Kind of in that field, and we got several responses.
So this is a good model for other. Awesome.
I was thinking you gotta be careful, because there's a fellow in town I know, his occupation is cowboy. So you might get a curious.
Another one listed as ninja.
Yeah, so. I don't know what committee they did.
I was gonna say, what committee did that?
Ninjas.
All right, moving on.
I wanna say, I think these applicants are great. I looked through them and to get the amount of experience and education that they have, I was thrilled.
Yeah,
So I'm really pleased.
great. Brian, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just curious to hear what is being said and what this involves.
Rick, anything?
Nothing more. No, in fact, I'm ready to make a motion.
Did you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna be convening a meeting on the 25th, that Monday night, if anyone's interested in attending. Representative from the Mass Cultural Council is actually gonna be attending as well, so we can kind of get how to on cultural council in case anyone needs refresher. And then we'll go from there, because the applications are due, I think, by the 15th for any cultural council funding. So we've got some money from the state that we need to appropriate.
Very good.
What's the term length?
3 years.
For all 5. Okay. And so there are 3 remaining, 3 current.
There are 3 current members whose terms, I believe, and one ends next June, and then the other 2 end in 2 years.
Okay.
But there's a 2-term limit.
Yeah.
For all cultural council members.
Okay.
None of them would be hitting that limit by any means, so I wouldn't have to serve another term past this term.
That 2 terms total or consecutive?
2 terms, you have to take a year off and then come back.
I'm just thinking if we nominate all 5 for 3-year terms, then we have, 3 years to now potentially a bunch of holes opening up. On the other hand, maybe you'll send out another notice.
Or all 5.
Or all 5, right, yeah, okay. All right. All right, yeah, so I would move that we, or I move to nominate Cynthia Coburn, Yeti Frankel, Brian Kitely, is that Kittley or Kitely?
Kitely, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Kimberly Scott, and Mia Thurlow, to 3-year terms, in the cultural council, so that would be, until, because we are in FY '24 now, until the end of FY '26, which would be June 30th, 2026.
Second, any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And just a quick question, if my wife finally gets around to responding, who should she contact?
Town clerk. Great.
Thanks.
All right, the next applicant is Neiman to the Capital Improvements Committee. So what did you do for the DEP?
Well, I was the environmental engineer, almost I was the lead engineer for the most complicated project that we, and I was one of the administrators in state that was my specialty for DEP for over 20 years. And worked in Boston, also worked in the regional office, before.
In Narrow or
What?
at the Northeast Regional Office?
Yeah, in
Wilmington.
Wilmington, yeah. It moved around, started out in Woburn and moved
Right.
to Wilmington.
How long ago did you retire?
I retired 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Prior to working for DEP, I also worked in local government quite a bit. I was the DPW director of a number of communities, in the Northeast. Salem, Mass, in West Andover, and also water and sewer superintendent in Braintree and Wilmington and so on. So for that, deputy city engineer in Nashville, New Hampshire for 5 years. So I've been around for probably too long.
So a good fit for the CIC and perhaps other things in
Yeah.
town?
That's possible. And that's,
All right, well, once you get your-
we'll be back to you. I'm also right now, teaching pickleball.
Yeah, the pickleball king is your.
Too many people
Yeah,
know
exactly.
more than that. Well, that's probably what I prefer to be known for.
Yeah, fair enough. Any questions?
Oh,
No?
okay, I nominate that we, appoint, Paul, it's Nyman. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a D or not. Not Paul Nyman, to the Capital Improvement Committee for, and this would be for a 3-year term, Jim? Is that what's open?
Yes.
With finishing someone's term or something new?
This term ends, actually, I did do it. Yes, 3-year term.
Okay, so for a 3-year term, it's and June 30th, 2026.
All right, second, further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Great, thank you, Paul.
Great.
When do you think the first CIC meeting will be?
Under the policy for the next year's updates are due to be circulated by the end of October. So the first meeting would be in November, so not long after the special town meeting.
Very good, thank you.
But in the meantime, if you haven't, there's a huge amount of information on the CIP page of the town website, the current capital improvements program. There's a map, there's a detailed write-up of the process that we follow, and the committee just updated that page in narrative last spring, so it's very accurate as to how the process works.
Great.
Thanks for coming forward to volunteer.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Paul.
Right, item C, presentation of conceptual plans and route options for Indian Hill Water Pump Station and Pipeline Project.
You want us to talk from here, or should I go up there, or?
You must use the podium, Wayne.
I know, I ought to. So can you hear me? Does this even matter? So thanks for having us here tonight, to give you an update of the Indian Hill raw water transmission line. We need a better title, it's short. I got a couple people from the city of Newbury, Chris Hood, Tom Chuchuza, Doug Gold, and Aaron Wynan. Wynan, thank you. From AECom, here to speak about where we've gone so far. We haven't gone much since we presented this back last fall. We have made little steps. We're looking to really get going now, and give you an update about what we've done since we met back in the fall of last year. But we really haven't gone too far since I started there and since the last time we were here. So Doug, do you want to start or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And could you also give your position within the city report, just so?
Yeah, I'm actually with AECom.
Oh, you are,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Doug, what's your last name again?
Go, G-O-V-E. Thanks. All right, thank you. All right, so I will provide somewhere hopefully in the 10 to 15-minute presentation and then open it up for questions, or if there's something that you want to dive into a little in more detail, I'd be happy to stop and answer any questions as we go to it. So,
Okay, great.
okay. All right, so we're gonna cover, what's the best way to advance?
Just let me know, I'll just scroll. All right, it's the same material that's in your packet.
Okay, all right, next slide, thank you. All right, so we'll cover a couple of different things tonight. We'll talk about why the project's needed, give an overview of what it is, talk about Indian Hill Reservoir and what's going on there, give an update on the field work that we've conducted to date, talk a little bit about a pipeline that we're proposing to put in from the upper Artichoke to lower Artichoke Reservoir. And then some upgrades to the existing lower Artichoke pump station. That's actually located in Newburyport, but it is part of the project. And then we'll just talk about what our next steps are. So. Next slide, please. So the project itself, so Newburyport's reservoir system, which I'm sure you guys know a lot about too, is experiencing challenges. Algal blooms has become a problem as climate change is taking effect, with drought and with extreme rainfall. They have had concerns with algae, and there's a picture of one from 2020. They're also experiencing unprecedented iron and manganese levels in the reservoir. It's not an issue in Indian Hills, but it's an issue in the Artichoke Reservoir system. And the other main issue.
Doug, do you mind if we ask questions?
Yeah.
A quick question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why, I was wondering when I read that, why iron and manganese, in surface water, why would that appear?
It's a good question.
And if it's an unknown, if it's not answerable, that's fine. I'm just curious if there was an easy answer.
Do you have a?
Well, I would say that probably runoff is the biggest reason. So the runoff for the lower and upper Artichoke is, the watershed that feeds that is a lot bigger than the watershed for Indian Hill. Also the regular, just the overall characteristics of the reservoir. So Indian Hill is a much deeper water source. We're doing a lot of sampling out of the tributaries and of the reservoirs. But Doug is correct in that, sampling that we've done this year with the runoff, it shows that it's just, especially in the lower Artichoke, we're just seeing a lot more iron manganese. So I mean, it's a perfect scenario if you think about the fact that if we actually had Indian Hill online as a direct draw, we'd actually be able to operate around that situation that we have right now. So we'd be able to turn those reservoirs off and go directly to Indian Hill. And therefore we have a totally different character makeup of the source water that would help the residents and the customers that are enjoying the water. I can tell you from a process standpoint, we've been very, very busy with keeping up with this. It's been pretty strenuous. So it's just another water quality issue that plays into the narrative of why you might want to go ahead and set up a system like this.
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
No, please ask questions as we go. The other threat is sea level rise. So the Lower Artichoke Dam itself is, I think around elevation 9 or so. So it is susceptible to overtopping during a 100-year flood of the Merrimack River. And
Which is currently at what level?
the Merrimack, no, the 100-year flood.
100-year flood at that point.
11 and 12,
Well,
12, yeah.
FEMA's do flood as well.
Yeah, so, and since the way the system operates right now, the city withdraws all its water from Lower Artichoke Reservoir, so Indian Hill flows into Upper Artichoke, flows into Lower Artichoke Pump Station pulls the water from there, so that would obviously be very impactful if that ever happened. So this project essentially is to try to provide additional flexibility in how the city operates by connecting the 3 reservoirs so that they can draw from any one of those. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the goal is to connect Indian Hill on the upper side with Upper Artichoke, with Lower Artichoke, with a pipeline and a pump station at Indian Hill. And what that would essentially do is would allow the city to draw water from Upper Artichoke to the existing Lower Artichoke pump station by gravity. It would allow them to draw water directly from Indian Hill Reservoir by way of a pump station located there. And actually that pump station would be able to pump all the way to the treatment plant if they desired. And in certain spring months, it would allow them to actually pull water from Lower Artichoke when you have all the runoff from the spring and actually pump back up to fill Indian Hill. Because Indian Hill, while it contains a very large volume of water, has a very small watershed. So the Lower and Upper Artichoke will actually refill a lot quicker. So this would actually help balance the drainage and reservoir volumes by doing that. So that's really the idea behind this project, to protect against water quality issues against the backwater from Merrimack River. So by doing that, that would give the city options in case any of those things happen.
Paul, did you?
Yeah, just a question, does Newbury treat for iron and manganese?
We do, pretty often. Yeah, man.
If I remember back it used to only happen in winter when there's really like thick ice cover. That's when they had the biggest issues with iron and manganese, but this is some.
Yeah, this is all new, brand new stuff for the city to deal with.
Next slide, please. Actually, just that last bullet point that you didn't speak to, which is, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. So this, I mean, the city had a master plan done by another consultant back in 2002, and this has really been a part of that master plan since then, providing a way to, connect the reservoirs and to kind of allow for them to pump back up, and also ability to draw from the others at the same time to give them that flexibility. So this idea has been around for over 20 years. All right, next slide, please. So just a quick overview. The wormhole. Yeah.
So with this picture, is this gravity to your pump station, or is this pump from here all the way down?
It's grabbed, so the way the city gets water, is that's the overflow. From there, it will go into the brook down to our Artichoke. And when it's below the overflow, they actually open up a gate valve in the dam itself and release it down through there. So all the water has to go through the brook down to.
Right, but the new project, is that gonna be a gravity feed?
It's gonna be pumped.
It's gonna be pumped the whole way, out of the way?
If the pump station is pumping to the treatment plant, we pump the whole way. So, and then.
But if it's going to say the Upper Artichoke, it will be pumped just to above the Upper Artichoke.
Yeah.
So my question where I'm heading with this is there any options to put any hydrants on it so that West Newbury can draft off them in case of a fire, or ISO ratings or anything like that, or?
That's an option. I mean, the issue would be is that this pump station is not gonna run all the time. So it will be.
That's why I was wondering, if it was gravity feed, it's doable without a lot of work for you guys, except for put some hydrants in and they'll suck off it.
Even the gravity feed, one of the reasons gravity feed is not feasible is because there are elevation changes along the route, and it would be hard to maintain the pressure along that line, so it would not serve a purpose for gravity for that reason, for fire flow, because it wouldn't, but it is an interesting concept if the pump station is running, but the pump station would have to be running for it to be able to serve that purpose. So.
But as far as
pressure is concerned, I mean, we would probably be taking it to a pump truck anyway. If,
Yeah.
you know, you said that because of the elevation changes, there wouldn't be adequate pressure, but I think the fire department would use a pump truck anyway if they were taking, you know, pulling from a non-controlled pressurized, hydrant.
Yeah, and that would work probably most of the time if the reservoir is down for any reason, there would be potential of pulling vacuum on that, but
Right,
it is an interesting concept.
Just a quick question about that 2002 master plan. They also recommended that you dredge the reservoirs to make them deeper and have more water availability. Are you planning on doing that?
That is, right now, that is not part of this project, that's part of another, that's been discussed as part of another project associated with potentially upgrading the dam. So, but that is not currently part of this project.
No, but you're taking that advice, at least in
The city is, I think they're currently looking at that as an option, but,
Thank you.
Just to speak on that too, because if they were to entertain that, this particular piece of infrastructure would just assist in that. So in other words, you're gonna dredge the upper or the lower artichoke, there's no dredging that's involved in the Indian Hill, but you could potentially bypass those reservoirs while that work is going on. If this particular, you know, pipeline and pump station were in place.
So that's a additional benefit.
Right.
Correct.
Well, would you envision that the, maximum pumping capacity would exceed? I'm just kind of thinking relative to the current stream flow, and the highest you would ever see for a stream flow rate, would your maximum pumping capacity be greater than that?
It depends, I mean, I'm sure there's been times
I
with.
think it's at a 2-foot pipe, if I remember right.
Yeah, I mean, if. Most of the time, they'd be pumping somewhere in the order of 1 to 2 million gallons per day.
Yeah.
I'm sure when you're transferring water, you're probably transferring a little bit more than that if the reservoir is down, right? Or if it's overflowing, I mean, maybe somewhere.
Yes.
I mean, you don't really measure it.
No, and it's all done in conjunction with the upper and the lower. I don't think the idea was that you'd be able to always pull water directly from Indian Hill. There was always a mixing scenario that was put into play. You don't want to lose the water that you have down at the lower and the upper artichoke also.
Yeah, because if you max out at 1 to 2 million, or 1 million gallons a day, I think, you know, in the conversation we had previous to time when we were out by the reservoir, one of those 2 times, I think the current rate runs around 3 million gallons a day.
At a peak,
Oh,
you
that's
could
it.
peak that, yeah,
Okay,
we're averaging right around 2.
okay,
But you know, again, that accounts for the water. We also have groundwater sources.
yeah,
Okay, but we have a couple other small surface water sources. I mean, this is the majority of the surface water supply lies in West Newbury,
Yeah.
so. I think you're always gonna see a mixing scenario, and you're gonna have to somewhat, for lack of a better word, you have to judge it over time. Again, if you were to go directly to Indian Hill, I think that would be a short period. And this is, like, if we're talking about the situation now, we've never had a summer like this.
yeah, right.
So we would be able to pull that water directly from there only because everything's overflowing.
Right.
Because ideally, we want to manage that supply up there in conjunction with the other supplies so that we're not burdening everything on Indian Hill also. Because of the idea that the recharge is a lot slower than it is at that's the whole point of trying to make this a push-pull system.
Right.
So that you could pump back up and increase the firm yield. So it's kind of maximizing everything, really.
So perhaps so that you can get through your presentation, if we can just focus questions on the content that's being provided, with the applications at the end, so.
Yeah, no, good point.
We can actually skip a couple of these. We can
No,
skip-
I don't. want you
No,
to-
because we really already talked about this. I mean, again, the objectives is, you know, to have a direct supply of flow from Indian Hill to the existing treatment plant by pumping. It not only does it provide redundancy with the reservoirs, it also provides redundancy with the existing raw water pump station itself. That doesn't sit too far above the flood zone right now. So if for some reason that station ever gets flooded, that would provide redundancy with that station also. To deliver gravity flow from upper artichoke to lower artichoke, upper artichoke reservoir to lower artichoke pump station. We're proposing one pipeline, and that one pipeline would go from Indian Hill Reservoir
through across the town's roads up to where the dam is at Upper Artichoke. And then from that section is the section that we say is gravity. All that means is that if the pump was running, it would be pressurized, but when we say it's by gravity, it's sloped so that it stays below the water level, so it can deliver gravity flow. It's the same pipeline. It can be pressurized, it can be gravity flow. But again, without a pump station, you could pull directly out of that Upper Artichoke reservoir from Lower Artichoke pump station. That's what we mean by gravity section. And as Tom talked about, to return the excess water from Lower Artichoke reservoir back to Indian Hill. Because the key for the city from a yield standpoint, to maximize how much water they have available to them under, say, a drought. It really makes sense to go each summer with as full Indian Hill as you want. You can't predict when you're gonna have a drought, so you always wanna try to have it full. So that's why if you're gonna draw on it more in the summer for water quality reasons, you wanna try to make sure it's as full as possible, which is why in the spring you wanna try to fill it back up and help with that. And as far as our scope of work, stakeholder meetings, which is, we're here tonight, data collection, there was survey, developing a conceptual design for the pump station and transmission main, and then a cost estimate for the project. Next slide, please. So again, this is just an overview of where the different project components are. Again, I think we've pretty much covered most of the items here, in addition to the raw water pump station, but we'll talk about that, but there's two possible sites we're looking at the reservoir. The transmission pipeline, there was a previous study done by another consultant that looked at 6 different alternatives. The alternative that was selected was called alternative 6. I can talk to you about where those, but it's essentially depending on where the pump station is, it ultimately ends up on Garden Street to Middle Street to Upper Artichoke. So that's pretty much the route along the roads. We have to get 3-phase power to the pump station. So that will be part of that project. If the pump station is located on the west side off Molten Ave, there isn't as much concern of access road. However, if it's located on the east side off of Indian Hill Street, there will have to be an access road into the pump station site that will have to be constructed. And depending on where the pump station is, there may be a new intake into the reservoir, or we could use the existing intake that currently serves the dam. Next slide, please. So I'll talk briefly about this, Indian Hill, different sites. So we looked at 2 different sites. They're both kind of shown on the screen. The one on the west side or on the left is off of Molten Ave. We're referred to that as the west side site. That is on a small parcel that the city owns that goes along the reservoir. And on the right, the east side is 3 different sites that I'll talk about. We looked at 3 possible sites over there. Next slide, please. So the West Shore location, this was the initial site that was recommended by the alternatives analysis. It is located on a small sliver of city property off Molten Ave. It does require a fairly long intake into the reservoir. I believe it's around 800 or 900 feet. Next slide, please. On the east side, the green squares are the pump station locations. So there were 3 different locations on the east side. Alternative 2 is it's a small piece of peninsula of land that's inside the access road out to the dam. This requires a small intake pipe out to the deepest point of the reservoir. Just to the right of that, alternative 3 is a pump station that's closer to the base of the dam. That is on Essex County Greenbelt Association property, which would require their approval. We have not really formalized those discussions yet, so that still needs to take place. And then the alternative 4 is a building that's on City of Newburyport property, further to the east of the dam. This property has a conservation restriction on it with Essex County Greenbelt Association. So again, we'd have to have discussions with them about putting a building on that site. And so you can see, depending on where, for the alternative 2, access would probably be provided through the existing access road that's there now. For alternatives 3 and 4, there would be an access brought in from Indian Hill Street, which is on the right. It would require a small wetland crossing. But we do believe at one point there was a house permanent to be built there, so there was a small bridge and access road originally planned for that site before the city purchased it. Any questions on the 2 sites before?
Yeah, a question on the 3-1, just to the right.
Yeah,
That's not accessible by the access road.
it's at the base of the hill, that's where the dam really drops off.
Okay.
And there are some complications there with the depth of the cut that we have to make to get the new intake, or whether we can reuse the existing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's down the hill.
Yeah. Doug, I was just gonna say the 3-1, 3-2, and 4-1, 4-2, the 2 is the dash lines that you see there, that's suggesting that we could potentially utilize the existing intake as opposed to getting a new one, so that's why we looked at variable options there, just to get options on the table.
Yeah, there are benefits to obviously using the existing intake, because having to put a new one in from a permitting standpoint, potentially having to draw the reservoir down and put copper dams in could get quite costly.
So you would go from here to the garden to the middle? How many feet?
It's about the same distance to West Shore. I don't know the exact feet from this point to, I don't recall the exact number of feet.
Quite a ways, though.
It is, yeah, but I think for essentially, there's maybe a couple hundred feet different.
Yeah, it wasn't big between the 2 sides.
Yeah,
Now, not knowing what's entailed with the pipe, is it gonna be under the road surface, on the side of the road surface?
we have to do, I mean, ideally, it would be in the shoulder, but again, that we'd have to get the survey and look at what the best location is, what the town would accept. There's a lot of items that have to be discussed before we get to that point. Ideally, you like to keep them in the ship. There's no other utilities, you like to keep it in there, right on the shoulder. At least that's where I think I should probably ask the folks that have to maintain it. All right, next slide. So we did work with the city to compare the 2 sites, the advantages, the disadvantages of all the different options from a cost standpoint, relative cost standpoint, I should say. They were all pretty much around the same, within 10 or 15% or so. But we did put together a deliverable to them, a draft that kind of talked about the advantages and disadvantages. We looked at everything from, how close it was to the shoreline, the ability to permit it, what type of approvals will be required from the planning department, what the transmission pipeline route would be, site access for operation and maintenance, site access for construction, interruptions of operations, construction risks. So we looked at that for all options. Next slide, please. We even developed we tried to use a paired comparison analysis where the city, we look at the different criteria, ability to draw the reservoir down, ability to discharge Indian Hill, legal property challenges, security at the site, all those different items. We asked the city to kind of which one's more important than the other and how much more important. And it helps us rank what the most important criteria are. And we did go through that process with them to try to come up with a quantitative way to pick the best site as far as location of the pump station. But what we determined is there were still too many unknowns that we had with respect to, what was the bedrock depth at where the pump stations were, or, just for example, right? Or was the gatehouse in good enough condition that we could reuse the gatehouse, right? So a lot of the what's more important statements got held up by, well, geez, if the pump station can be used, that would potentially be more benefit than having to put a new intake in. So that's kind of a good transition into what the next phase of the project was, which was the field investigation phase. We sought to go out and try to gather some of that information in the field so that we could help the city do a quantitative analysis of what the best site was. And I think that's where you potentially heard, some of you heard the project for the first time. So next slide, please. So the field work. So one different thing. So what the first part of the field work was to do an assessment, a detailed assessment of the gatehouse in Indian Hill. Not only is this just a good idea from practice, right? The dam's been around since the late 1970s, so it's probably good to do it. But we wanted to make sure that by using that gatehouse as an intake for a pump station, we were going to be putting conditions on it that it doesn't see now. The water level in that
gatehouse was gonna be elevated at the same level as the reservoir all the time. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't have any structural concerns with doing that. So we got out there, we got inside of the gatehouse and did an inspection. We have divers out there to look at the intakes themselves to make sure that the intakes into the reservoir were in good condition, to make sure that they would be able to accept, if we are gonna use that for an intake for pump station, we're gonna have to put some sort of wedge wire screen out there to keep fish from being drawn in. So that was that part of the inspection. Everything, we're still waiting on the final report, but everything from that inspection looked good as far as the condition of the gatehouse and the intake, so there was nothing we saw that concern us from using those. The last part of the work we wanted to do was soil borings. And again, the reason we wanted to do that is not because we picked a location and not because we're moving ahead with one particular site, but we have a good idea where bedrock is on the east side because of the original dam berms. It shows that the bedrock is pretty deep over there. And a lot of the feasibility of whether the west side would work is dependent on how shallow the bedrock is. So if there's shallow bedrock over there, then the idea of putting a new intake into the reservoir becomes a lot more complicated. Because now, not only is it more challenging to put a coffer dam in if you can't drive the sheeting, but now you're excavating bedrock out of there to put a gravity main in. So part of the idea was to get out there and do borings and see, because if we go out there and do borings, we find out it's shallow bedrock, well, that's potentially the nail in the coffin for that option, right? So that was, or it limits us to say if we wanted to put a pump station in below grade, it would be a heck of a lot more challenging to do it with shallow bedrock versus if it wasn't. So that was the idea behind the soil borings that we wanted to get out there and do. So that's the update on the field work. Next slide, please. The other piece of this too is again, just one thing we looked at is with the pipeline between Upper Artichoke Dam and the Lower Artichoke Pump Station, which is the orange dot on the upper part of the plan, is there's two different routes we looked at. One is the yellow line that runs along the, I'm gonna get this wrong, east shore? Yes, east shore of the reservoir. And the other one was a subaqueous main that ran along the bottom of the reservoir. So we did look at that analysis to see what the benefits of each option was. Next slide, please. And, what you're looking at here is a profile of a plan and profile of what the shore pipeline will look like. And on the bottom profile, you can see that to have a gravity main, so it has to be laid at a constant slope from high to low. There is quite a bit of cut that's required to put that in along the shore. And we were proposing to put it in maybe 20 feet from the shoreline so that you could maintain a certain level of trees and then have some sort of benching for a road to kind of contain the pipeline. So there were definitely concerns with the cost and the potential impacts of constructing that pipeline on the reservoir water quality itself. Next slide, please. And so this is the subaqueous, the dark blue line that runs through the reservoir in kind of an S shape, follows the original thread of the stream. So that would be a high density polyethylene pipe that's kind of floated out into the reservoir and then dropped in with anchors, or partially buried. We haven't got that far yet as to how we exactly want to do it. You can see the profile on that on the bottom, but that is the other option that we looked at. There was, we addressed some
Can I ask you a quick question about that? How's that for maintenance stuff? If something breaks, how do you?
You'd have to get in there with the diver, but the HDPE is pretty resilient pipe, and if there's a small leak, it's not gonna do any damage, it's leaking into the reservoir itself. But, yeah, if it's just laid on the bottom, it's pretty easy to get down with the diver and fix. But that.
What's the diameter of the pipe? Is it 2 feet or?
Yeah, I think it was 2 feet at that point, yeah. I mean, it's not without, you still have to go through and permitting and for that, but that is, and the idea on that gravity section is, that one thing that we talked about is maybe, that could even be put forward as a phase 1 project. If Indian Hill Pump Station and Transmission Maintenance phase 2, it's possible that this could be a first phase, because even getting that ability to draw water directly from Upper Artichoke provides that much more redundancy and resiliency for the city and its supplies. Next slide, please.
And again, this is the existing Lower Artichoke pump station. I don't have to talk about this too much, but there is some work that the city's looking to do there as far as replacing the drives and motors on the pump. There is gonna have to be some modifications to the piping around that station to accommodate the new gravity flow from Upper Artichoke, and also to accommodate a pump flow coming from Indian Hill that would have to tie into the discharge of the existing pump station. So there is also some piping work that has to happen. So again, when that happens, whether it would be part of the gravity part of the project or, you know, Indian Hill, that's still to be determined, but there is definitely needs of pump stations. Been there now, I think, almost 20 years, which again, it's hard for me to say because I worked on the original design of that. Anyway, all right, next slide, please. And then just next steps. You know, again, we're just looking to finalize the condition assessments that were done. We're just trying to get the reports finalized for the gatehouse and for the underwater inspection that was done of the intakes. Continuing to engage with stakeholders, yourself, you know, like I mentioned, we have to get in front of Essex County Redevelopment at some point, talk about options, get back in front of the city's Water and Sewer Commission. You know, there is I think you may have heard the other day, there is some work going on and looking at options for Lower Artichoke Reservoir Dam. So we're continuing to have coordination meetings on that to talk about the viability of our project versus that project. You know, hopefully come to a decision soon on which path we want to take for Lower Artichoke Reservoir Pipeline. And then continue to look at funding opportunities. You know, this project was submitted for SRF funding this year. It's been very competitive as of late. So I know it was submitted last year and the city was not successful. Maybe it will be this year, but cross our fingers on that. And again, I think next step here too is to maybe, you know, we would like to get that additional field work done. The borings being that to kind of help in the decision-making process for, you know, finalizing the evaluation of the east versus the west. So that would be something we'd like to probably get done.
That was submitted to the Concom, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I think just if there was, you know, the whole context of why we were doing it, I don't think it was known at the time, but kind of, we're not, I think obviously people saw it like, well, we're building something, we're still in the evaluation phase, so.
And they had really pressed pause on that RDA submittal until there was this discussion tonight, so I expect that will go forward with Concom soon after this.
Yeah, so that's the formal presentation.
I have a question, and this isn't strictly about this project, it's actually also would potentially tie in with the dam project, and it just refers, sort of referring to the issue you mentioned early on about manganese and iron in the Lower Artichoke. I don't know if it was the Lower Artichoke, the Upper Artichoke, or both, but if you're able to now, I think would it be possible for you in a dam design, again, totally different project, and coupling that with being able to pump out of your primary reserve, you know, your largest reserve, or the city's largest reserve in the Indian Hill Reservoir, to actually flush or purge the Lower Artichoke to try to correct the problem of, you know, it's not something you would do on a continual basis, but given the right year, is there a way to use that as a tool to improve your water quality?
Yeah, it is an interesting concept. I will say where the Upper Artichoke volume is proportionally large compared to the drainage area, it's the opposite on the lower. So the watershed areas there are actually I should say the reservoir volumes are much smaller than the drainage areas, right? So it actually does get a good flush every year during the spring.
Yeah.
And that's why pumping back up actually kind of puts the whole system in equilibrium and actually puts it in that ideal range of volume to drainage area.
Yeah.
So I'd say it probably does get a good flush every year.
Okay.
It's definitely an interesting concept. And you know, I think going in and dredging out what's there too at some point, which is being discussed, would potentially help
Yeah.
with that. So,
Okay, thanks.
I think the primary concern of most West Newbury residents would be the disruption to the streets. Have you quantified the difference between the two options in terms of the impact to streets and, West Newbury infrastructure?
When you say that the two pump station options?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're both, I think they both, maybe the difference is a couple hundred feet, they're
Oh,
both
so
on
that's
the,
over the road.
they're both on this, yeah, I think so. If you're on the east side, you're picking up Indian Hill Street to Garden Street.
Yeah.
And then down to Middle Street. If you're over on the west side, it's Molten Street to Cherry Hill.
Yeah.
To Garden Middle.
It's more than a couple hundred feet though.
Yeah, maybe it's like 800, it could be like 800 or so, I don't think it's more than 1,000.
Whatever, that's,
It's
Difference
still,
between the two?
well, think of it, if you're over by Thurlow's, you gotta walk Cherry, down Mole, up Cherry Hill,
Mhm.
and back around. What a distance. It's not
Yeah,
like-
yeah, I think the total pipeline, I remember the early information, when we showed the different options, the total pipeline distance, I think, was longer if you were over on the east side, but along your lines, what you were suggesting, I think, Chris, the actual distance on the roadway is probably less. I think that's what you were suggesting, Chris, that the distance on the roadway would be less if you use the eastern access because, or the eastern pumping location, because, more of the pipeline would be on city-owned land, crossing green belt and city-owned land.
I think it's about 800 foot difference. between them.
Total.
Where the eastern side has less on the road.
Yeah, because I think when I was just looking at it and trying to line it up in my head, there was more intake work. The intake is 800 feet, yeah. So the pipe came out to the same in my head, I was just kind of looking at cost. The installation would be different, so I think that number was the variance.
You said cost, what is it? I know you don't have hard numbers, but what's a rough budget for either one of the projects and the time frame and what we're looking at?
I'm not at liberty to talk about costs, like the numbers are so preliminary right now, but the time frame comes down to funding. Which I don't believe there's funding in place, like I said, SRF funding, was submitted for this upcoming year as a two-phase project. If for some reason the project got funded and the city, moved forward, the proposal would be to do the first phase for this the next fiscal year, so that would probably be 2025 construction, and then second phase would be 2026, I believe. Somewhere along those timelines.
3 or 4 years.
But again, this is
The first phase would be the pipeline connecting the upper to the lower.
Yeah. But the project hasn't even been approved.
Right,
There's no funding in place, so
Yeah.
that's hypothetical based
Yeah.
on what was submitted for the SRF.
Get 3 meters of power from there. Would that be overhead, underground? Probably overhead, right?
Yeah, we've got a preliminary cost estimate.
Just for those who might be remote, the question was whether three-phase power would be overhead.
Right.
So that's
Yeah, I'm gonna assume the amount of road, it's way off three-phase power.
We had looked at it, it's,
You look at it.
yeah, it's a good, I guess it's
It
something
could be
to.
underground if it got to the station, depending on the location, but coming in, it's.
Do you have any more questions before I open it up to anybody else? Rick, you else there? Anybody else in the audience, Bob?
Just one question, if you're gonna pump directly to the treatment facility in Newburyport, would that require a new water management act permit or a modification to the existing water management act?
I don't believe so, I think the way the permit's written, it's for all 3 reservoirs.
Okay.
But it's something was worth asking, but I don't believe it is, I think the way the permit's written isn't for all 3 reservoirs. Yeah.
Just knowing how long they take.
Oh, yes.
I would encourage you to talk to DEP early on in the project.
No, it's definitely, it's a good question to have, yeah.
Anybody remote have any questions? People. So I mean, I don't know if this is too preliminary, but we're interested in how this process is gonna work. If you're gonna go up Garden Street, like what role will the select board and the town of West Newbury at large have in, having a seat at the table in terms of decision making and scheduling and all that, so. I don't know if that's been talked about at all. or this is just.
I mean, typically what we do is if the decision, right now it's still concept design. So the next phase would be, we get more into final design, so we get out there and we do survey, topographic survey. Understand where the utilities are, understand property lines, that sort of thing, potentially also get out there, do some borings along the road. Understand where rock may be. And then we would probably at that point, get the town involved in looking at, where the pipeline would go from an idea standpoint, whether it be on the shoulder or which would limit impacts traffic, right, if you can stay along, but I know some of those roads are pretty tight over there. At that point, we'd engage the town and kind of talk about what the options are, because at the end of the day, we have to get a road opening permit, so.
Right. Just, if it is, critical in either choice, what the town's opinion is and all that, it's significantly good to find that ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Mark and Jack, do you have any questions for the water department?
Yeah, I'm Jack Duggan, resident, water commissioner, and I'm a registered environmental engineer in the Commonwealth. So I guess I have a few questions coming from those three perspectives. One is a pipeline underneath the West Newbury roads is essentially going to be a permanent easement. It's permanent occupation of town property. I guess I'm directing this to the select board. We want to be good neighbors, but this is something where we're giving, and I'm hoping that we will be offered some equitable return, whether that's guaranteed water rates, guaranteed water in the future. The water comes from West Newbury. We provide watershed protection through our Conservation Commission and zoning and other things. We're good neighbors in that respect already. But in terms of above and beyond the disruption to the town, this is permanent real estate that we're providing, and obviously Newbury Report has good reason for what this project means to them. But what does this project mean to the benefit of West Newbury? The other point I would like to make is you've done a fairly thorough job so thus far, I believe, in terms of looking at the technical and engineering impacts of the alternatives. There is an aesthetic impact. If you have three-phase, that's going to be above ground. People move and live in West Newbury for its rural character. If we're going to have power lines that are running through areas that we're currently enjoying for recreational and outdoor and in the rural character, that's an impact that I think needs to be assessed in your matrix. And I would submit to the selectmen that they should have a seat at the table in terms of that selection process. And then finally, in terms of your outreach process, I don't know if the select board will do it, or if the city of Newbury is intending on doing it, but there's a very active group of outdoors people, including the Trails Committee, and the selection of the pump station as well as the pipeline will impact them. And so I would suggest that they have a seat at the table at some table. Essex County Greenbelt is one thing, but we have our own homegrown cohort of people that will be affected by this project. And, this needs to be balanced with their interests in needs and assets as well.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear all that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
How are you?
Hey, Jonathan, are you here for the letter from, or email from, Sharmac to, regarding the, proposed change in the,
He just has nothing else to do on a Monday night.
right, so, yeah, I'm sure you're not here just to hang.
Who wants to watch the Browns? I mean, so Rick, I'm not here specifically for that purpose. You're gonna see me periodically. We're just trying to improve our outreach to the town.
Oh, that's great, okay,
All right, I was contemplating taking this out of order if that's what you're here
Oh,
for. but-
not calling you out of order, but taking you out.
Not just calling me out.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, then we'll proceed
Yeah,
as planned, then. Okay. And
If that issue is of interest, that, you know, in the normal course of things, it may well be, you know, 8:30 before that comes out, so.
So if you want to leave.
So, yeah, I mean, if you want, we can, assuming the chair allows, we could go right to it.
Yeah, I mean, you do whatever you need, to do.
All right, well, we'll move ahead to item D then, discussion of single rise design grant. So this is in response to a meeting that we had with Weston and Sampson on September 8th, and the slides are shown here. The work at the Dole Place well field, originally we had set a sea level rise design parameter of 6 feet. And Weston and Sampson used that metric when they did their work, and that resulted in pretty substantial. Yeah, the Dole Place well field would be heavily impacted in that scenario. So there are some alternate, or an alternate source that Weston and Sampson used that they proposed. So the point of the discussion tonight is for us to decide whether we want to reevaluate that 60 design parameter. And then that would apply to other potential well fields. So I know that you emailed Michelle, right? And
Yeah.
she's away, so we don't worry, this is study. So this, the study, Mass State Hazard Mitigation and Climate Adaptation Plan, was done in 2018. And, Weston and Sampson, who's also on that, in that part of that group, said there's a new one coming out this year, so. The hope was that we could use the most recent information, but we're not gonna have that tonight.
So there's anticipation of the level going down.
I doubt it.
No, the plank's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Right, so, well, there's no assurance it'll get worse, it's more likely to get worse than to get better.
I was just making sure we're trying to back into a situation that would work indirectly. So, okay.
I mean, that's what I would.
Well, but just the 6 feet, as you know, that didn't come from the state plan. So when you say, when it's likely to get worse, it's not whether the worst is 6 feet or less than 6 feet or more than 6 feet, that we don't know, because the 6 feet didn't come from the state plan.
Can you go to the 2 slides prior, it compares, so the model we were using was from 2017, and this is what the city of Newbury also used. Yeah, so the 6 feet I'm referring to is in the year 2100. And what Weston and Sampson said is based on design life, they used the year 2070, and using the state hazard mitigation plan, that would be a rise of 4.5 feet. So that's, less than we had.
At 2070.
Yeah, which was their recommendation, right, that we use the design life of 2070.
Yeah. And I gotta say, personally.
I know you disagree with it, but yeah. That was their recommendation.
Gambling an awful lot on that. At that point, like I said last meeting, being conservative is the objective at this point, I believe.
And we're also just not looking at the value of our infrastructure, we're looking at potentially purchasing a piece of property in order to put the infrastructure on it, which we need to be more conservative.
But I mean, the overall whole project, if you're looking at $30–40 million to gamble that it may or may not be on the water at some point, it's not a really good gamble.
Yeah. So, I mean, having said all that, I would like to have some scientific number to use, or at least, you know, define what approach we're using. So Rick, I don't know if you have any, I mean, are you comfortable using the mass, the 2018 study?
Well, I guess I'm gonna, ask you a question, answer your question with a question.
Great.
Do we need to make a decision tonight?
I feel like we do. I mean, because Weston and Sampson's work is dependent on that. I mean, they need an answer so that they
Right,
can.
by the end, yeah.
Yeah, and also as we evaluate other potential properties in town, if we decide to move forward,
Yeah,
we need to know if those are gonna be an issue.
okay.
And I'll just, jump in briefly on that one, so that, obviously this, assumption of future sea level rise is, not just as it applies to one property, it applies to everything, so, I did, reach out to Weston Sampson to see if they had, the capability, knowing they do, to actually create a town-wide map of what would that look like if the FEMA 100-year storm plus 6 feet. They do have that capability, and it's not obviously within their scope, so that's something if we wanted them to do, we would need to find the money, whether that's diverting, and I don't know that it's possible, but potentially diverting work that remains in their scope that they haven't yet done, or potentially finding a different funding source. They said that would, depend on the mapping, would be a certain amount of effort, depending on the level of discussion or analysis that would drive what the cost would be. But I do have a call scheduled with them tomorrow. They had offered to connect today, but it seemed like without this discussion tonight, it felt a little premature to get into that, but I think if that's design parameter that whatever design parameter the board decides to apply in this instance, we should be consistent and therefore take into account and other potential sites that might be tested, whether for water, as well as looking at vulnerabilities of existing infrastructure based on whatever the design parameter is. And so I know, Rick, you're familiar, I think you're all familiar with the mapping that was done in Newbury Port's resiliency plan a couple of years ago, where it shows different levels of inundation based on different scenarios. I think that same kind of mapping here in West Newbury, while obviously would be very alarming, I think would be helpful from a planning standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the article that funded this study, is it reasonable to use that money for this kind of map, or do you think that's too much of a stretch?
I think now, the article was specific for the 31 Old Place site. It might be a stretch. But I think it could, depending on I don't know, with the upcoming fall town meeting. Right now, it's vaguely worded in the draft warrant in terms of testing for water, and that's envisioned for, water pump tests and things, but potentially, supports warrant. So, if you wanted to word that a little bit broader to look at other indicators of viability of potential well sites, that's certainly seems fully within reason. And, it seems that you could do that. That funding obviously would be available for, lead October.
What kind of range are they looking at? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, she said, that, actually.
I think it was about 8 hours of work.
About 8 hours of work for the mapping, and then additional discussion or analysis would depend on what work product we were looking for, meetings, those kinds of things. But the mapping, it sounds like would not be a huge level of effort. But she also qualified that to say, it depends on whether they can obtain the data they need to do so. I'm assuming that's stuff that we have within our mind map, but if they look into it further and we don't have that data, it's very preliminary, but they did say.
Doesn't it seem like that would be the most critical next step before proceeding with anything at this point? I mean, even the work they're currently doing on the Old Place, why would you, if you don't have an answer with where this property is gonna be down the road, why would you care what it costs or what it's gonna take to get into it?
That's right, yeah.
I can't imagine doing anything else but starting.
Yeah, I mean, we'll remind ourselves that the deadline we'd set in the RFQ for their final report with the cost estimates and everything was October 1st. So if I'm able to copy them tomorrow and say,
Hold everything,
we're gonna extend it, because that's why they're hustling, is because of the deadline we provided them, so.
Again, nowhere is foolish, so.
I agree, but that's fully within our, I mean, at least to the extent of the work that hasn't yet been, done. You know, the work they've already done under the scope, obviously, is gonna be the work, but if we change course, we can pump the brakes on that, and,
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the idea of having a map that shows different scenarios would be obviously valuable to the municipality. But also it would be hugely, I think, should be hugely useful to landowners with land that could potentially be inundated. You know, you might think differently about what you built where or what you did where, if you understood that, you know, 20 or 30 or 40 years in the future, it would likely be at risk.
To the point I think Angus made earlier, it should be to all the properties on the town. So my question is, do we have any accounts? I know at one point the water department had money to potentially start drilling holes on another property. Are there any funds in any account that we could use to accommodate, get this done now with Weston and Sampson?
depends on the price. I mean, there are some funds that professional technical services line, not a whole lot. But it depends on the price, and there are some funds that, then of course, there is a reserve fund transfer. I don't know whether something like this, you know, meets that threshold as opposed to, when I just today learned about a culvert replacement that before all is said and done, could single-handedly gobble up that reserve fund if the FinCom were to approve it. So I think we need to be, you know, we need to look at that. All of the competing needs. It depends on the price.
So we request a quote from them on this project?
Yeah, yeah, we got the call tomorrow morning.
Do either of you have any other thoughts before I ask for comment?
I've got a question.
I know he does.
I'm good.
All right. Or I just want to ask the water department first, Rob. You guys, I know Jack, you had some comments at our meeting.
And I can repeat them if you like.
I think with different people here, it'd be useful.
I'm very uncomfortable with going to 2100 for sea level rise. I don't know the exact number of years, but about 40 years ago, we changed our water supply because of TCD contamination from the water supply that we have. That's a horizon of 40-something years. A lot of things can happen in 40 years, and going out to 80 years, when we will need water in the next, you know, maybe depending upon whether or not we have some sort of a deal with Newbury for guaranteed water at a reasonable rate, as part of this project or not. That's kind of a side concern, but we're going to need water, and we're going to need water over the next 25 or 30 years. If, as Rick said, residents ought to know for the next 20, 30, 40 years what their properties will be impacted by. I think we should view our water supply in that time frame and not 80 years, because we have really no idea of what's going to happen in 50 years. We need to build for a shorter time horizon. The other comment that I would hope we consider in the choice of any facility for a water supply is that the 100-year plus 6 scenario is a catastrophe. And that is one thing that, you know, engineers can design for anything. It might be super expensive and prohibitive to design for that, but that's one thing. The other thing is the more chronic long-term issues of time period from 0 to 40 years when we don't have the 100-year storm. And when we have sea level rise and potentially the saltwater lens moving up the river due to sea level rise. I would really hope that we can break out the costs for any alternative that we choose, whether it's Dole Place or anywhere else, to look at the catastrophic adaptation and the chronic costs for adaptation, because you know, there's lots of infrastructure in the US that is already vulnerable, and they will adapt to the existing footprint and not move because there aren't options. So there are technologies for adapting for 100-year plus 6. It may not be super feasible to invest that much, but the technology exists, you know, the roads may be blocked, the houses might be flooded, and the water supply could be a perfectly safe island, you know, if we wanted to go down that road. So we need to kind of disengage the difference between the catastrophic event and the more chronic operation and maintenance with climate change issues. So that's what I hope that we would consider. Whether that means that it disqualifies Stoll Place or not, I don't know, but those, I would suggest those might be some guidelines that we use for any site selection.
Thanks. Rob?
By the way, I did like Rick's idea about making it a little more town-wide, and also relate back to homeowners so they can make their decision. Someone that went through the question of whether to buy property in Sanibel or not, I can tell you it's a worthwhile endeavor. To what Jack just said, one of the things I just wanted to mention is a lot of you are fully attuned to what the issue is, but remember, we're in public with people listening who may not know what the consequences are of sea level rise, salt water coming in. So, you know, does it mean wipe out the well field? Jack just explained why not. Does it mean that you lose buildings? So all you gotta do is get buildings with higher. So it's just the context of the discussion. You may want to make sure that everybody appreciates why you want to deal with some level of change, that's all. I was struck that I'm sitting here not knowing the consequences of if it came to fruition, what would be the losses, that's all. And it goes to what Jack just said, which was great, I think you would said it was wonderful.
Can I ask Jack a question?
Sure.
You know, charge a quarter for that.
I'm
getting 50 cents for the right answer.
Keep your agent.
We're talking about the 100-year level and everything. That doesn't mean we have, that's in the span of 100 years. We don't have to wait 99 years to get there and then have a catastrophe. That could happen anytime within, it could happen in 40, 30 years, we don't know.
That's true, you know, but you know, you could build a system for the next 10 years and have a contingency plan for the 100-year flood for tomorrow. You know, that could be temporary structures, that could be, you know, damming, bracing, other sorts of things. So, but I agree with you. That 100-year flood doesn't happen in 100 years. It can happen tomorrow.
My concern is the spend, and it's gonna be 30 to 40, whatever $1 million. And if it happened in 20 years, that's a really poor investment at that point. Right, if everything's contaminated. I mean, even the one we saw before, I think you'd have to put the structures at 8.5 feet above the current level of the ground, just to start to accommodate that.
But I think this is part of the broader conversation is the ability for the residents to have water. You know,
Yeah.
you know, if it's $30-40 million, then we, you know, part of it is it's gonna affect the ratepayers, but also, you know, there are other communities desperate for water as well. And, you know, you have to take that into account in terms of what the possibilities might be for revenue to, you know, with our water being used by other municipalities. It's part of the picture, it's part of the calculation, but, you know, I guess you gotta, I would say consider the price of water is a lot more valuable when you don't have it. And any of these locations that we might be considering provides us at least with a resource. And the alternative of not having a resource is almost priceless.
I just wish we had an option at a place that was a little more secure based on the sea level rise.
My question that I have down there, I mean, they're talking 100 years plus 6 feet, so if you need to change the grade, I'm 6 feet tall. In that scheme of that area, can you fill this much and not impact the rest of the neighborhood? and have your building above ground, even 8 feet above, what's that gonna impact? I mean, 6 feet, it's a lot when you have to do it with the material, but is it easier to do it, add your 6 feet now on top of what's there, even if it's 8 feet? What's the engineering possibilities to do it where it doesn't cost us a lot of money? And, you know, do we need to have an engineer look at it and say, here's your conceptual plan, this is what it would look like if you were to do your 100-year plus 6 or 100-year plus 7, you're above that.
But even if you physically elevate the structures, does it not contaminate the
I mean,
water?
it's not just.
So that, you know, saltwater lens issue, moving upstream is that's still an issue, and I know, Jack, you know, as you said this morning at the Board of Water Commissioners meeting, you know, you can engineer for that, you can, you know, there are systems for desalinating water, but they're energy expensive, they're intensive, they're, or expensive, I mean, they're, you know, they're to be avoided if you absolutely can avoid them. And, you know, you don't go into a situation assuming that I'm just gonna accept some high cost, energy intensive treatment at a later date. You try to avoid that at the outset. You know, that's part of your O&M going forward forever. So, you know, from my perspective, I would avoid at all costs, well, not at all costs, but at almost all costs, you know, putting the town in a situation where at some point in the future, you believe you'll have to treat the water to desalinate.
I just think looking out at 2100 is looking out too far. I think there's a cost benefit to everything, and there is some assumed risk with whatever decision you make. The Commonwealth seems to be, you know, a proponent of 2070. Those numbers are a lot different in terms of sea level rise than 2100. You know, if we invest in a facility, you know, we will have debt service, but we're not looking out to pay for this by 2100, where it's going to be paid for well in advance of that, in the time frame that we need the water. And you know, who knows what will happen in 2100? We could all be desalinating all the way up to, you know, the Lawrence Dam for all we know. But as you said, any study should be yielding that type of comparison. Right, that's the simple answer to that. We don't have to debate it right now tonight, but as part of looking out, I would imagine that someone could say, is the additional cost, is the benefit, is the pro, is the con. I agree,
So I have another concern, and that is, you know, even the numbers, okay, so we see the numbers here. You know, different scenario, okay, I'm on the one that shows the Mass State Hazard Mitigation Climate Adaptation Plan.
Yeah.
And we see the current numbers, and, okay, so there's supposed to be new numbers released, we believe sometime this year, this calendar year. But even then, you know, the projections for sea level rise have been chasing their tail for the last 30 years. And we're always a step behind. Now, this year, we've seen unprecedented sea temperatures. So sea level rise is driven not just by melting of ice caps in Antarctica and Greenland and glaciers around the world as a minor part, you know, other glaciers, but they're also just as strongly driven by ocean temperatures. You know, basically expansion of water, you know, thermal expansion of water. That's just as important a factor in sea level rise. This year, worldwide, we've seen unexpected, like dramatically unexpectedly high water temperatures worldwide. So what does that tell us about the numbers that we're currently using? What does it tell us about the numbers that we're going to be looking at in the future? I personally don't think that it looks really good. I don't know for sure, but you know, that's my gut. And it just makes me feel all that much more conservative about whatever we do, because notwithstanding what you said, Jack, about, you know, we shouldn't be thinking out past 2070, I feel obligated to. I mean, I feel obligated to the people who are going to be here long after we're gone, because we should have left them the best we could. So that's,
But again, someone's gonna run some analysis and you'll end up having huge conversations on this very.
We need to make a decision tonight. though.
Tonight?
Yeah. Well, that was the intent.
Well, and that,
Unless we tell Weston Sampson to stop.
right, then that could be a decision that you make is, which would basically, the reason that we put the October first deadline in the RFQ for the overall study, which includes the peer reviewing of the cost estimates to develop the site and get the water where we need to go to, was specifically so that, that wouldn't be on the fall town meeting warrant, but the board knew that, if there's funding proposed on the fall town meeting warrant for additional testing on the site, it would be reasonable for voters who would be asked to vote on that question to want to know what's the bigger picture, what do we think it would cost to develop the site? That was the whole point of the timeline. So I think it ties into the question of whether you're going to be proposing funding for water testing. If so, would this be one of the sites tested? But you're the client, and if we want to pump the brakes, that and that takes some more time. I think that's something you can do.
And the language of the article is much broader now.
It is.
So. What do you think about just having Weston Sampson stop and, perhaps include this development of this map with the warrant article?
Yeah. That's the only way to receive it. Otherwise, you don't know where you're going.
And are we concerned at all about the impact to current negotiations on the parcel? Well, I guess they're not.
What is that status?
Yeah.
But I think we have to do what makes the most long-term sense for the town. So, in my mind, the negotiations such as it exists, could wait a little longer.
All right, do we need a motion on this or? No. Was that a no?
No.
Sorry. No. All right, are we ready to move on? Chris?
Yeah, good, thanks.
All right. 6:45, 8 minutes late, sorry. FinCom.
Will not happen next week.
Not on your watch.
Not if you start the meeting with the first agenda item. Keep just.
And did you get the quarter? I got it. Okay, good.
Oh, see, that's good.
As soon as I write it down.
Yeah.
You have, Michelle, I know she's got comment on in about 5 minutes, so I don't know what, I guess I'd like to be invasive,
Yeah, sure.
but you guys need a formally convene, so maybe you could just call.
So we have a forum with the deans.
Perfectly.
Thank you.
All right, so, are we gonna have enough time for her?
I think,
Well,
so,
Carol,
yeah, I think Carol, wrote the narrative, so I think she could present it, and I know Michelle wanted to listen in a bit,
yeah, I'm
but-
sorry, I forgot that she had. come
Yeah.
on.
Well,
We have 6 minutes, so we.
Okay. All right, so Rob, you all right with taking that item first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So I forget already how we did this. Do you want to ask them to present or? Carol, do you have a presentation? I mean, your memo was in our packet.
Yeah, and also we have Grand Bachelor that's on, I think Patricia Reader.
Would you put a photo at the podium?
I think it would, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carol.
Just because we're set up this way, Carol.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we're all part of an invasive plant working group and, we put together an article for the town meeting for $50,000 for invasive plant control. The reason that we've gone above what was originally requested is for the past 2 years, we've had successful work with the summer interns on invasive. They've done a lot of invasive mapping, also help with eradication, I should say management of some invasives. So we know where the greatest threats are on our open space property. And so when we look at invasive plants, we look at the effects to biodiversity, we look at the effects on our trees, with the bittersweet that's taking down the trees. And, we have these beautiful open space properties, but we also have a large mass of invasive species. So this year, there was $20,000 on the article that the town approved last year, and that work will begin this fall. It took quite a bit of permitting time and working with the state to get a file number, but that has, we finally have the file number, and that work will begin. So we'd like to continue the work at the Cherry Hill Reservoir fields, because there's, the advantage of working with professional managers, that no invasive plants is that they have the equipment, they have the license to treat professionally, and we'd be able to go back to our Cherry Hill Reservoir and treat some of the larger trees of the autumn olive. And it's, this is a plant that the USDA thought was a fabulous plant. It is, it has wonderful berries, but it is the only plant that will exist because the birds will eat the berries, they spread the berries, and it's a threat then to the fields. So we don't have the fields without intensive mowing. We're also looking at our Indian Hill and Middle Street. This year, we're going to be treating the Phragmites, but all along the edges, quite a population of a number of invasives that could easily be managed professionally. I shouldn't say easily, it will take some time. At Mill Pond, as you come into the parking area, that lower field, all along the edges, it was really too much for our interns. We wanted to have them stay at the Cherry Hill Reservoir, which they did quite a bit of work, and we're going to have also a community invasive day in November 7th. So we'd also go to Mill Pond. The other piece of Mill Pond as you enter is a large Phragmites population. So we'd like to work with the professionals and come up with a plan of how do we begin treating that Phragmites and include some of it in this portion, but it may take more. And again, this will take years, but if we don't treat it like the Asian bittersweet, it will bring down our trees as it's doing. And the Phragmites with these large roots and rhizomes undercut the roads. So it really is to our benefit to really get on top of this. And then the last place would be the Riverbend and Tupelo trails, which work will begin this fall, and just continuing looking at what still needs some work. The good thing is that we do have this invasive working group, working with our wild and native group, getting volunteers. And then I know that Michelle is looking at not just having invasive interns, but really more inclusive, that they'll be working on a number of things that will help manage our trails, also work on these invasives. So once we get professional management, we can continue working on this. So we're looking at 40,000 for the professional management, 5,000 for permitting, because it took quite a bit of Michelle's time to do the permitting. And then we're also looking at monies for restoration work. So if we have these areas where the invasives have been taken down, if we put in native shrubs like our gray dogwoods, possibly our red stem dogwoods, we'd be looking at specific areas and what are the best native species to put in there. We'd be planting some of these shrubs that then would provide the berries, also the leaves provide areas for the insects and the caterpillars. So, it's, I think, a win-win.
So is there an estimate about how much additional time it would take Michelle to manage this project, or do you envision the working group doing the management of the?
I think Michelle would, I think through the contract, we'd probably have to sit it out for a bit again. She would do that. But I definitely think the working group will be involved. But Michelle will be overseeing it.
When we talked about it, the meeting a week and a half ago or so, was that with the paving contract, we put that out to bid for a 1-year term, but with the ability to do up to 2 1-year extensions. So we talked about that for next time bidding this out. If we do the same thing, that would be really good. We still have to bid it out for next year, but that way, we expect this is going to become an annual expense. And so to have a multi-year contract is going to be administratively somewhat easier, but also build some institutional knowledge with the vendor that's selected and bring some benefit that way.
I got a question and a comment. First of all, I'm definitely in favor of doing this and maintaining the town's properties, because I think it's been in decay too long. The only concern I have, and it's a very obtuse one, Indian Hill Middle Street, is that the Andreas property?
Yeah.
Well, it's the
Well-
front piece.
Yeah.
The
Um,
field,
it has.
Middle and Indian Hill is where Andreas.
but
We're-
that's
right.
further down.
I know, that's, well, that's one of the areas that, the one of 4 areas that would be addressed, yeah, that's what
Yeah,
that
in a
is.
different context, we've been talking well fields, and that was purchased many years ago
Yeah.
for water.
Yeah.
There's not a possibility we're gonna do water there. I'm walking by there the other day, I'm thinking, suppose the town said that was a poor investment, let's cut it up into house lots and sell it, take that money and use it to monetize water. So I would be slightly resistant to putting significant effort into a parcel like that if another option would be moved forward at some point. I mean, we bought properties that just haven't panned out. My question is, why are we keeping them if there's no viable option? In particular, you can monetize it to fix the problem with water that we're looking at. It's another conversation for another night, I just.
Yeah, it is, it's, it is a, large open piece of land with, with sort of, ecological assets as well as dollar asset, potential dollar asset. It might be too wet, actually, I mean, there's,
Have you seen the house they're building on the corner middle and Ash?
I drive by.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
8 feet of fill could fix any wet problem. So,
Yeah.
I would have said there's no way, when they were in there excavating, the machine was buried 4 feet deep in the muck.
Yeah.
They're putting a house on it, so too wet, throws me.
But we all have the ability to continue this conversation.
I'm just saying.
Where to put the money, and Michelle's listening, and,
Yeah.
or no, we're not. And, Carol's here to remind Michelle what was
Good point.
discussed. And this being a joint meeting, one of the things I wanted to say about this, we had a conversation related to this a little while ago. And I think one outstanding benefit of a project like this, we have to remember is, speaking of monetizing, is we have to figure out how we can hand this off to residents in town.
Right.
So as we go through all this work, and I know it's being done, but at some point, we might have to intensify the outreach so people can understand what they can do on their own property. So I think that's, in my mind, what we're spending money on now is seed money
Right.
for the future, and we may not have to spend
Yeah,
it.
because the majority of the land in town is
Is
privately held.
Yeah, it's not us.
Yeah.
Also related to this, I presume this is free cash,
Yes,
and it's now at 50, not at 25?
that's the proposal. It's gonna be-
Yeah, right, that's what we're discussing, is 50.
So you want to go to 100?
No, I just don't want people looking at a schedule that says 25 and not understanding that it's now being discussed at 50. And then, kind of related to what you said, the sunset on this would be like over 2 years, fiscal year 25. I mean, in keeping with the way we
End of
approached it.
25, yeah.
Yeah, and,
It'll be an annual.
Yeah.
right, but I mean, as far as this warrant article goes, if you ran into, scheduling and stuff, it could actually go to a sunset date, and the sunset date could be 25.
Yeah.
Right, that would seem reasonable, given how we've done this.
Yeah, and if the funding's approved in October, the procurement could happen over the winter, we could have someone under contract, and any permitting done could be done over the winter, so that by springtime, it would be ready to go, so it would extend into FY 25
Yeah,
in any
exactly,
scenario.
right, so we're,
But
sunset date would be 25.
yeah.
Anybody else from this side of the table, because they're anxious to go on this.
No, I just think I think this information is informative, but I don't think it's binding necessarily. The language clearly says may be needed, maybe this, maybe that, so there's flexibility in terms of maybe look at the Andreas property and pull back on another piece or whatever. So-
Thank you, Ann, and then Ross.
Yeah, so, I think that, first off, this kind of reminds me of the Emerald Ash Borer issue, because you're fighting the tide in some senses. Like you just said, whereas most of the property is privately owned. It makes me think, are we fighting the tide? And if we are, which still might be a battle worth fighting, what is the real cost of the battle? You know, so last year it was 20,000, which was never represented last year to be the end all be all. You know, we started with 20, now we're at 50. I don't know if this is a $500,000 a year problem or $100,000. I have no clue, but it just makes me wonder if we shouldn't be trying to ascertain, once it's under control, what the expected maintenance costs per year would be, and then deciding if it's viable versus just 50 this year. Oh, well, let's do 100 next year. Let's, you know, right. So
that's a good question, and I think we also looked. Mass Audubon has a really good policy of how they work with invasives on their property, depending on the habitat.
Yeah.
You know, is it a grassland? What are the other needs of that property? Other species on that property? I mean, especially looking at new invasive species and going after them all out so they don't get established. But, you know, I think what we've done here is look specifically at certain open space properties of what we think is manageable, and different areas that it will take some more work, most likely, like Cherry Hill. But we've done a lot of work at Cherry Hill just with volunteers and our summer interns, and it's amazing what has taken place. So I think by having the professionals come in and doing more treatment of some of the larger trees, it's going to put it into very good shape. And I think with volunteers, we can keep up with a lot of the invasives. That's what we, you know, and again, I think even with the Emerald Ash borer, if we see it's not effective, we'd be coming back and saying, you know, we need to reverse course. But I don't see that because at the sanctuary of Switch River, we were very successful at getting rid of invasives. But you gotta keep up with it.
We've got to keep up with it. And Angus, you had mentioned something about this going to a standing item perhaps.
Yeah, there's definitely been talk that, you know, if it becomes clear that this is simply part of the town's O&M plans, that there's a point at which it goes from being a social article to being built into the operating budget. We're not there yet, so it's definitely something we're
To Ross's point,
thinking about.
there is a point in time where we need the future spelled out so we can make that determination. That's what I take that comment as. And by the way, I see that happening in several different places. You know, it can happen with capital improvements. You know, we do maintain a spreadsheet that shows by year. It can happen with IT. There's a lot of things that are recurring that maybe need to be planned out, say 5 years or something, just so everybody can get the context, so that, you know, in fairness to the person sitting here and voting at town meeting, okay, where are we headed with this? In some ways, this may be, you know, the next 18 months may lead to that sort of look into the future. That's what I would kind of hope for.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about the other day when we met and talked about this issue in general was, you know, it seemed important, at least seemed important to me, that we at some point have results to point to. This is what's actually working.
And cost.
Yeah, correlating results and cost. And, you know, to helping to justify or not, but presumably to justify what, you know, the efforts that are being undertaken.
Right, so we're all on the same page for going forward, because I think, you know, Ross raised a wonderful point.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Carol, do you have a sense of long-term investment in this kind of approach? You spoke about the National Audubon property.
Yeah, you know, it's, you know, we have these 4 properties, but we still have a number of other properties that we haven't addressed. So if we continue to see success, that, you know, we've really managed these invasives. And, you know, I looked at the Mill Pond at that lower field, and one of the things, again, that's happened with these invasive, it just keeps pushing more trees down into the field, so we lose that whole field for us. And it just, you know, the different mowing that's going on, different people with, you know, the riding club or whatever, and some things are left and others aren't. So I think we could get a really good handle of bringing that all back. I think the success will then be what's coming up from the understory. You know, are we getting some of the native species back, which I expect we will, because we'll get rid of the Morrow's honeysuckle that really keeps other species at bay. So and I think we can document it, through a lot of photos, and this is what it looked like, this is where we are now. But we still need to then look at some of the other open space properties, like Withers, which has huge, the winky monuments, but that's a whole nother ballgame if we want to do that.
So that just speaks to the need for originating a plan going forward.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see, I mean, we could throw, millions of dollars at it. But I think, to Ross's point, I think we should have an idea of, what is our 5-year plan? How much are we thinking we're gonna need to spend? So I don't know if that's something the working group can start looking ahead. beyond this next round.
At the point, my personal take on that is at the point where we are right now, what we have for information right now, that's not knowable.
Right, but it might be knowable
It might be-
at the end of this, you may have a
Yeah,
little better idea.
exactly. Then-
That's where I was headed.
But I don't think we have enough information right now.
I would agree, I would agree.
Okay, I misunderstood you,
I
sorry.
would expect the next warrant article request. there would
Yes,
be enough
exactly, or
information.
the next operating budget request,
Right.
yeah.
If you came up with a cost per acre and multiplied by the number of town owned, I mean, just some, like, what the animal might be.
Yeah.
I don't know how this works, but with a lot of things, there's a lump sum up front and then it's like a lower maintenance cost. Is that how this stuff
Oh,
works?
yeah, I mean,
Like, once you get it under control, we can kind of keep it under control at
Right.
a lesser cost?
yes,
Is that?
absolutely.
At least that's, if you take a discrete area, that's the case, but if if the town is successful, say, at controlling these 4 areas, it's definitely another 4 areas, and then there's another 4 areas, so, and then there's all the residential.
Yeah, but that's part of the discussion, you could
Right.
decide
Right.
that we can't afford
Right,
to do
yeah.
every property, that's what we've been looking.
But Ross, once you've taken out, a 4-inch, vine, bittersweet vine that's climbing up a tree. Once you've taken that out, once you've killed that and it stops producing berries, there's this huge, seed bank in the soil. Things are gonna keep sprouting up for years. But the thing is, when they're little tiny things, you pluck them out with your fingers. The problem is that for the last 30 years, the town has been buying land. And we just stood back and, that's great, we got that piece of land. We didn't do anything, we didn't maintain it at all. And all the stuff is taken on. And, so that's what we're up against at this point. It's sort of, we've. I'll use the word negligent, we've been negligent in taking care of the land that the town acquired. And if we catch up, then it's a lot less expensive to maintain.
Yeah, or we just forgot that there was an overhead beyond the
Right.
purchase price.
Right.
So anyways, I mean, I think you got the drift of it.
Yeah, any other questions before?
Okay.
Motion, still have more comments.
Yeah.
Just want to get more. Make a motion to expend $50,000 for Article 12, to support professional invasive species management on town lands.
Second.
Further discussion?
I have just one comment that, and Christie said you only got questions, but I did, and it's maybe not directly to the point, but it's a thought for the future. In the spirit of full circle, Cherry Hill used to be a nursery. We're doing all this work on Cherry Hill right now. And $5,000 of this proposed $50,000 is basically for, for plants to replace. The town might wanna think about, maybe we should use part of the land going forward. Maybe Cherry Hill should actually be a Wandelden native nursery. That,
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
and that's where it was a nursery, and maybe that's where we.
Right now,
the town could
we
be
have to
raising its
drive
own-
3 hours to pick up plants.
Right.
To bring back to West
Exactly.
Newbury.
And it's a piece of property that's history, so anyway, that's
interesting.
Yeah.
That is very interesting, Carol.
Patricia or Graham, do you have anything you want to?
I do not.
Okay, thanks. All right, all in favor?
Sorry, I got shoddy cell service where I am at the moment. No, I think Carol kind of, nailed it. I think that, just to add one point when it comes to the cost is that, for me, one of the things that we're looking at this was that really trying to nail down, what is this going to cost per acre? And we ran into the same thing, last year is that it's really hard to, actually get a number on this till you get somebody out there seeing the work. So, when you're picking the numbers, they're not, random number, trying to make your, best educated when it comes to putting it together for this. So it's a little more challenging than a job where it's straight for them together and you get your answer. This is definitely it's more flexibility with this. So
I could do a problem as not having heard every other word of that. Could we perhaps move on to the other side of the table?
Yeah, we already voted.
You voted, okay. So guys, any more additional thoughts, or is someone gonna make a motion on this? Dan's thoughtful. That's always a problem.
No, I think we covered all the issues. My issue was the ongoing costs. So,
To Graham's point, it's gonna be difficult, but we're gonna have to get there, because you can't keep going back to the town without an answer, you can't.
right.
You could even just describe it, or we'll give you 25 every year, leave us alone. So,
Okay, so I make a motion that we copy Chris's motion to fund Article 12 at $50,000.
draft article number 12.
Draft Article number 12.
The one time.
Second.
All in favor? Aye, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Karen. Thank you.
Who's gonna do the next one, the intern?
Who's writing the rationale?
Oh, thank you very much. Who's writing the rationale?
Oh.
Who's writing the rationale? And thank you.
What did you say for sunset?
25. You got it like Angus
Okay.
described it. It's gonna extend over two fiscal years. And really sunsets are not.
Before you start, can I ask you, is my map not working in this Newbury?
It should be working.
I've had trouble for the last week when I'm in here.
No, that's been working for us.
Alright.
You got a new computer.
Just before Christian starts, do we want to take up the invasives intern?
Oh.
Yeah, I asked who was actually gonna do that. Did Carol leave?
She did.
Okay, so are you doing it?
I'm.
Christian was gonna do it, I thought.
Well, he went right out, so.
Yeah, so it's written in as draft article 13, invasive species intern program. And Michelle had drafted this working with the invasives working group, and for those who familiar with what's happened the last couple of summers with the invasive internship program, but very, very successful the last few years. The proposed $3,500 is to allow that to continue for next year, but really to adjust a portion of the cost to take it up through June 30th. The reason being, if the funds aren't, the idea is the funds, this is something that's been talked about as the intent being to build it into the operating budget, starting with the FY25 budget, as opposed to doing these articles every year. So the idea is that the proposed FY25 operating budget, which town meeting will take up in April, will pick up the funding starting July 1st. But if the first.
And that's why this is a smaller amount of money.
That's right, but also, the idea of bringing it forward this fall instead of next spring at town meeting is to allow, Michelle, who's gonna be managing the project, to go ahead and post the jobs, in like late winter to get applicants rather than waiting till the funding is approved late April, so.
Right.
And as Carol did reference briefly in her comments, and it's reflected in Michelle's narrative, the idea is a slightly broadened scope for the interns to include some land management elements, including potential light trails work and things that's been talked about in addition to strictly focused on invasives.
So this was, I thought, very successful with the program.
Yeah.
So how about we have limited discussion of $3,500 or something that's been successful to date?
Well, it's not 3,500. My question is, what's the total number for the interns over the two fiscal years?
It's been about 8,000, maybe 8,500.
That's why, just making sure.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'll make a motion to give Article 13 for the sum of $3,500 for the invasive plant interns.
Right.
Aye.
This is fiscal year 24.
Correct.
So on our side of the table, any further questions, discussion, comments, opinions? Or better yet, the motion.
About a motion for draft article 13 to approve $3,500 for the invasive species intern steward for the FY24 budget.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
Who would,
Who's doing
I'm
the-
writing the article since I'm.
okay.
Yes, since
Oh,
you've become,
elsewhere.
I don't know, we're
I'll be poison ivy girl.
poison ivy girl. I was gonna actually use the term girl and I bit my tongue, I said, I can't do that.
Sunset?
That's
Yeah.
24.
24,
I'm just making sure.
yeah, we already had that 3 times.
Ouch.
I didn't say it.
Somebody wants to get home.
If it's still raining, yes, I wanna get home.
Someone cares about the Browns game.
No, water in the basement.
All right.
So,
Maybe you can sell that one.
Put a well there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Kuhn. I'm the chief assessor here in West Newbury. I wanted to come before the boards here to talk about the warrant article that was proposed by the Board of Assessors and the assessing department for monies related to the FY25 revaluation certification. And also to give a little preview of what that certification has entailed for next year. Massachusetts DOR requires that assessment departments must certify the state assessing standards every 5 years. And these standards are specify technical, procedural, and administrative practices and assessing expectations. This is done to ensure developed values were derived utilizing a methodology based on generally accepted appraisal practices and are supported with current market evidence and are uniformly and equitably applied to all properties. This will consist of a data quality review by the DOR, a statistical ratio study review, records audit, and evaluation methodology review. And looking at this and breaking down what needs to happen going forward into FY25, there were 5 areas that I broke this down into groupings of. 2 of those areas I saw needed outside help from third-party contractors. The first being in personal property, a listing and valuation of all personal property used by businesses in town. I don't think has been done in quite some time, and our records are very incomplete. In interim years between valuations, we rely on businesses to self-report on what they have purchased, what they have disposed of, and a original purchase value as well as the year that they purchased it. We have those records, and I would feel much more safe in the valuation that we put forward if a person were actually to go out, look at each business and see what is there on the property and value based on replacement costs new of those items. So a company that I trust is RRC, came with a contract $54 per account for our town, and that includes listing of the property and field visit and also valuation. Our department will take care of the data entry into the CAMA system. I don't see a large amount of value coming from this, but I would like a full record of the town's property listing. And this is something that in the past the DOR has wanted us to look at and seeing that it should happen. So that's half of the warrant article. The other half is the valuation of utility properties. This is branching. Comes out of the update to valuation methodology a few years ago that came from the Massachusetts. I believe it is the Supreme Court that ruled that the new methodology, which is half what the utility companies list as the value and then half by a sales approach and combine those into a mix to develop a new value. I specifically do not have a specialty in utility valuation. I'm more residential and commercial. So contracting this out would satisfy DOR's requirement of a thorough valuation of utilities. The other three parts of the revaluation certification are parts that I would handle, which include land valuation, residential valuation, commercial valuation. I've been working to implement next generation practices in order to leverage technology and make the assessing valuations in town a lot less. Trying to figure out a good word for it, but it's very rough and ready, how it's presented, where we could manage to go more smoothly between different sides of the street, where one side of the street might be in one neighborhood, and the other side of the street might be in a different neighborhood, and see different, wildly different valuations, just depending on which side of the street people live in. So, working with MVPC to get rid of neighborhood codes and utilize the GIS systems there in order to have a better feathering of the valuations between geographic areas. I'm also going to be updating our methods for residential valuation by using a mathematical process called multiple regression analysis. And I know there's a lot of very weedy assessing stuff to throw out, but it's also been done in other municipalities. And so I'm not doing unheard of things. It's just not stuff that is usually handled by smaller towns, but my math background and my GIS background has given me the ability to go and take this next step. And so land valuation, residential, and then also commercial, reaching out to other towns to look at their commercial sales. I'm also looking at published commercial data in order to better understand a couple of commercial properties in town. So those three things that I'm personally looking at valuing is about 95% of the value in town. It's going to be a lot of my time. While I potentially could handle personal property and utilities, it would take away from my focus on the other 95% of the value in town, and I think that would be a disservice for the residents. Any questions?
Yes,
Yeah.
there'll be tons of questions. So how do you want to proceed?
Why don't you go first, Rob?
Okay, so coming from our side, by the way, the one question I was definitely gonna have was, our, I'll call it arcane, use of neighborhoods. I'm glad to see that you're now gonna feather them, and hopefully we'll get away from some past inequities. But did you mean to say Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, is that who you're working with?
Yes.
Great. So the other question I had is, did you say $54 per parcel, meaning every parcel in town?
No, $54 per account of personal property accounts.
But how do they find the personal property?
They're gonna go by the listing that we have.
Well, that's gonna be an inadequate listing.
We cover all the commercial properties in town, and every home business gets a license
Right.
through the clerk's office to be able to.
So you have all of those.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's great. So that's not a lot of money then, because that can't be a lot of accounts.
No.
So, where's the bulk of the money going?
So
This is 25,000, you said, right?
yes,
So 54 times what, 200 properties, so that's like, not a ton of money.
8,500 for the utility.
yeah, maybe 500 for the utility.
And how much for the business? Not a lot.
No,
No. So where's the 25 come in? I'm confused.
that's more just to allow for any overages and
So how many small, or I should say, how many home business licenses and commercial?
Yeah, that's
licenses
like-
are there?
It's gonna be like 200, right?
about 200, yeah.
About 200, thank you.
That
So
really-
200 times 54. Huh?
That's a lot, 200, really?
Okay, so it's 100.
So
Well, the point is,
What the real number is.
Yeah,
well, I'm
I'm
more disturbed by the difference between the two items and the 25,000 than
Yeah,
the 100 and the 200. But okay, I'll let you guys, do it from here. So go ahead,
The
Dan.
number?
So if there's 200 times 54.
They actually,
That's
both says 60,
ten
by the
thousand
way.
eight hundred.
That,
Plus
I thought I put in a new contract with the updated number,
So it's 19.
but it's 54, that's the final contract.
Okay.
54 would be what?
Call 11 grand plus. Right, is that what that works out to, 200?
Yeah, so it's 10.8.
Yes, you just said it's about 100. About 100.
Yeah, so it's, yeah. So do the
But
math.
that, is that off the LA4?
No, that's just DBAs.
So it's 5,400, right? 5,400 plus the
85.
utility. So we're, I mean, I wouldn't request 25,000.
But can I ask another question? We're on this, personal property valuation?
Yeah.
Because that was, my concern was when we were spending $12,000 on that, but we're obviously not at 5,400. How much tax revenue does that generate? It can't be much.
No, it isn't. We have a threshold of $10,000 valuation on personal property, so anything under that value, that $10,000, we ignore.
So are we spending more money to chase this money than we're getting back in return?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Um,
and
So then why do we even do it?
and it doesn't, no matter how so certain places like Waltham can actually afford to do it because they actually get a return on it. Southborough does it. But here in our
Does the state require
State does require it.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to.
It's been in prior directives that we need to, visit these properties every 5 years.
It's like an audit,
Value.
they're gonna tell you that where your
Waste of
deficiencies
money.
are, you're trying to make sure you end up with no deficiencies.
Right, if I have this baseline level of personal property listing throughout the town, then I know going forward when businesses self-report, then I have a list to go from.
Right.
so this will not be needed every 5 years, or will it?
It won't be because I'll be able to keep up with it going forward.
It's skill, right, because they have a good list, he's made the investment, and he can assure the DOR that he's actually keeping up to date on it. Sending out postcards, calling people, the whole thing, Chris, it is, it's, I wish they would get rid of it.
So should we reduce the amount though, so it's more?
Well,
in
yeah,
line with the-
the minimum he needs is 13.9, you've got a cushion in there. If it's just 100, you got other businesses. I don't know, 18 grand, 20 grand, I don't know.
I wouldn't do 25, I know that. I would think,
We'll get questions.
I would think 15. Because as soon as it gets questioned, you can't explain, well, we're gonna spend, 4 here and 9 here, it's like, well, that's 13, why are you questioning 25? You can't.
Well, we hold the street.
Are there any areas where there's reason to suspect that there'll be, the number will be bigger than, than within the proposals you got?
It's more of, sorry, I'm trying to get to what I have for a number of businesses. And I can't see it from here. I have to go look at my computer. It's more of not accounting for every business that we have listed. And any outside costs that might come that we don't expect from either contractor.
So, again, I think the debate is, what number other than 25? And, to give Christian some latitude, because is this the first time it's attempting this in this community?
Personal property, yes.
Yeah, So, I mean, let's, 18, 20, something of that order.
Do you have a more refined number?
Not without having to go and sit down at the desk and pull that up.
I'd be comfortable with 20. What I don't wanna do is put Christian in a situation where he can only get so far and it's,
Correct.
where I don't think, okay.
And we already saw that Christian pays attention to his departmental budget and does a great job managing it. I agree. It's just,
20 would be workable, yes.
okay.
I think part of the cost here, I'm looking at this is, in addition to any consulting work, including time related to defensive values, we provided a standard hourly rate of $250 an hour, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's anything that you're gonna be dealing with in the immediate future. You do this valuation, maybe something changes a year from now or 2 years from now, you're gonna get an appeal. I don't think that's anything necessarily.
Yeah, and plus.
It needs to be included as part of 25,000.
In personal property, your appeals aren't gonna really, I mean, there's nothing.
Even if you say,
I
okay.
appeal every year down Southport, but that's because they piss me off.
Yeah.
But as far as the utility goes, that should be a little bit boilerplate. I mean, they're supplying you with everything that they own.
Right.
You're just attaching value to it. So and that's very formulaic. So I don't think there's gonna be much beyond. I like Rick's proposal of 20, if Chris can live with it.
I had another question about the utility in particular. So, was it a year and a half, 2 years ago, we did a revaluation of all utility properties. And what's the relationship between what's proposed now and what was done a couple of years ago?
Same amount. I believe it was the same exact contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so is that something that needs to be done periodically? Or is it just that there's now a new methodology?
So 2 years ago when we did this, it was updating to the new methodology, where you had the mix of two different you averaged two different methodologies.
Yeah.
And DOR is requiring to have a valuation that has backup to it. I can do adjustments based off of the moving costs of utilities and just by an index. But in order to actually go in and do the valuation, I don't have access to that.
But is this gonna be good now for 5 years?
Yes.
Is that right? So that was kind of what you're getting at a little bit, yeah.
So in 5 years, this will need to be revisited, but,
So, and just as an example, to sort of substantiate what was done before and what going forward, from a ballpark percentage standpoint, how much did the value of the utility property, how much was it boosted in the last revaluation?
well, that was going from purely what the utility companies reported to this mixed approach. And I think that increased to 35%. It was substantial.
Yeah.
I would not expect that this time since we are at the
Right, yeah.
higher amount.
Is there any cost to using Merrimack Valley Planning Commission on this?
No, it's all gonna be built into our LTA hours, fortunately.
So you got first dibs on the LTAs?
Health being the GIS coordinator.
Yes. No, the reason.
That's known as having your finger on the scale.
Right, the reason I ask is that over the years, they've done a ton of stuff for us, our town, without charging us for LPA. In your case, because you're GIS and you have a friend in the director, but they've done it for various reasons, and it's always great to see them do work for us, because they do wonderful work and not charge us. That's all, it just tickles my fancy.
Good relationship with them.
Yeah.
They do a lot of different varied work with us, and
Yeah.
this is the first kind of project that the assessment department's brought to them, but
No, I'm all in favor.
they're excited to
Yeah.
tackle this.
Yeah, they're always excited.
Anyone questions?
Make a motion to accept article number 7, the sum of $20,000 for reevaluation of consultant services.
All in favor?
Aye.
From our side of the table, discussion, comments, question, motion.
I'll make a motion to accept draft article number 7 for $20,000 for the reevaluation and certification of the personal property and utility properties in town.
All in favor? Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Christian.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great going, thanks.
Sunset.
This is gonna be 25, would you say?
Yeah.
Fiscal year 25, thank you, guys.
From free cash.
From free cash.
I'll do the rest now.
Great.
Cool.
Do we want to tackle any other?
Yeah, we've got this, other one, 918, which I don't know if it's still 918, that's the interior building scan at Edge. Angus?
Yeah, we're happy to speak to that one. So when we had a advisory working group that was part of the procurement process that led to engaging DNF architects to do the paid school conditions assessment that's now underway. And there are a number of things. We got 3 proposals from really 3 exceptionally qualified teams. GNAP really stood out as the first kind of among some really excellent architectural firms with tremendous experience in this kind of analysis of school buildings around the Commonwealth and elsewhere. One thing they included in their presentation at the time they were interviewed for that contract, and they were very clear it was outside of the scope of what they were proposing, but they were just making us aware it's a capability they have, was this interior 3D scan of the building. If I don't know if people have seen something like this, it was something we did in Westford, and it's really neat. It basically gives you an interactive, essentially photorealistic model of your building. So this is something that was not part of their RFQ that we issued. It was not part of the contract that we signed for the structural conditions analysis that's ongoing. It was something that kind of working group was intrigued by. So I went ahead and reached out to GNAP to say what would be the cost if we wanted to go forward with that. And that's what you have in front of you. It was $11,700. That includes data storage for the initial 6 months. And that would be, basically $100 a month for every month after that, if it was something we wanted to retain access to. I have frankly mixed feelings as to whether this is something we need. Well, certainly, look, we don't need it. It would be a value add. I think it's intriguing. There are some ways that it could be helpful, and I wanted to make people aware it's an option available to us, and if it's something we go forward with, it could be helpful. It's not something we need, and so if it doesn't go forward, it won't break anyone's heart, but it is an interesting option to have, and I wanted to bring it forward for discussion. The primary application that I would envision for it is really public education and outreach. While some of us, on staff or the, town officials have been in and out around on top of paid school, sometimes many times, have, a pretty intimate understanding of the building. Some of the people who were involved with the selection process have done so. There will be additional opportunities to do so, but most residents of the town of West Newbury, if they have any interaction with paid school, it would be as a parent, maybe pick up and drop off, maybe they've done open houses, but they wouldn't have been through the, inner workings of Big Bertha and some of these things that some of us have seen. And, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and where this structural assessment is an enormous, enormously consequential study for this town. And I think GNAP is, knock on wood, but it seems like they're on track to do a really excellent job. But however good the report is, and however compelling it is, it's gonna have a lot to do with whether residents of the town, really kind of, read it, understand it, listen to its recommendations. And I think having the ability in, for instance, in public meetings, to walk people through some of the aspects of this report could be really of value in helping people kind of understand what's
Will,
being covered.
will it be of value to them as well in writing the report?
You know, it could be, but I don't think so for the timeline we're on, because they're on kind of a fast track with their report. The contract calls for its completion right
Well,
around.
let me ask you another way. So their report comes out, this exists.
Yeah.
Does it also benefit them as well?
If we had, you know, back when they sent this in July, said, yeah, go ahead, maybe, but where we wouldn't, you know, if this funding article is brought forward, and if it's approved, that's toward the end of October, we wouldn't be giving notice to proceed till that time. They probably wouldn't even be doing the scan until the winter break, because, you know, unless they're gonna mobilize on a weekend, they're obviously not gonna do a, you know, 3D.
But this may verify.
Scan with a bunch of.
This could verify, this could verify.
Stands for that.
This could verify certain elements. of the
Yeah,
report.
oh,
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I said, I mean, my experience is as a public outreach and engagement tool, it could be really of unique value. But it's also a fair amount of money, and it's also, you know, a recurring cost, because if we do it, you know, after 6 months, are we gonna want it to fade away? No, we probably want to keep that scan for at least a couple of years. So, you know, that's not a bank breaking cost of $100 a month, but it is a cost. It's the initial investment. So I think if it's something that people think is of value, let's do it. But if it's something that's not the right time, that's fine too. Another option we could do is if you want more of like a example of this, I'm sure for the meeting a week from Thursday, we could arrange for that and have like some, you know, sample from some other town. So you have, and to me, I would describe like if those first person role playing games where you're like walking through buildings, and it's like, it's kind of like that. It's got that like video game feel almost of like.
Yeah, it's sort of like, because when they were doing their presentation, they showed us one of these for another building.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's sort of like, you know, you're in virtual reality inside the building.
Yeah.
And you're walking through and you're looking over, and oh, okay.
And you can zoom in on different things.
But to what you said earlier, at a minimum, it's gonna be a great way to put up on a screen, this is what we're talking about.
Yes. That's how.
Otherwise, you might, you know, I mean, and you know, I mean.
When you try to convey to somebody what the elevators are like there,
Yeah.
and you describe it in words and maybe a couple of photos, you get one image. I think if you were to actually be, you know, in this virtual reality where you actually saw it and you saw the size of you saw what it took to make it work and what it actually looked like, it would have a much stronger impact.
Right. So are you the sponsor on this?
Well, I put a question mark because at the time I put it out there, I hadn't formally asked the board, are you gonna sponsor this? I think if you do, you will go on the warrant. If you're not gonna sponsor it, then we'll probably pull it off. We're not gonna put it on without a sponsor.
So you would say the select board would be sponsoring?
I think, yeah, I would think if it's something they support. then I would
Right, and if it's,
sponsor it.
anyone on this list can be withdrawn, that's why we let
Oh,
them
sure.
go first, so I'm just trying to get,
Yes.
so I don't get reminded by that.
It doesn't expose any structural deficiencies.
It can.
It
could.
Well,
It
some of
could,
the-
well, I mean,
I
They have
know,
a real estate.
who are we targeting here? Like all the people that come to our public meetings, you know, and who is gonna actually look at this?
In Page School, I
Yeah.
imagine Page School is gonna become a thing. It's not gonna be, you're not gonna be sitting in with this audience when you discuss mothballing possibly, no, not that anything's
Who
determined,
would you
but,
be sitting with? Like this is.
oh,
not
I
gonna
think
happen.
I think that there will be people that are going to want explanation.
Well, also, man, I'm wondering, I don't know how it'll be posted, but, you know, will somebody able to walk through the building from home?
We would not like to do that for public safety
Yeah,
reasons.
okay,
Chief
okay.
Dwyer has cautioned, it's
Okay.
not the kind of thing you wanna just have out there.
But you could do it in a public forum?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yes.
I just imagine Page School will become a public forum, that's all, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we're just gonna.
will be, you're right.
Right, so if it is, I think it's gonna be really important, I know that there are parents that are very, very, very invested in that building. And if you want to explain why that might not be what we should be looking for over the next 30 years, I think this goes a long way towards helping augment the report, that's all. I do think it will become a public.
I just meant to say that I have, without seeing the model, a similar model, I can't figure out how this would, it seems like a good idea, but it almost just seems like, I don't know, I don't know how it's gonna material value.
You can go on any real estate website and do it, most of them will have, you go in, you click, it's 3D, you can jump from floor to floor in a building.
Right, but like, that's just it,
It's the
like
same,
a design-based software for where am I gonna put the couch? I don't
if
know
you buy a
it's
house,
the
it's
same.
great, right?
Right,
I'm thinking for this, it may be too much information.
Yeah.
To educate people, whereas you could do it with videos and photos and capture the bad parts of the building. If they're walking through and fiddling around with this all day, you're gonna lose your audience.
which you would think that their base report is gonna pretty well document.
This augments the base report, is
It does.
what I'm thinking, and Ross, the one thing is, I think we should appreciate that this will become, I think, one of the largest discussions you have in town over the next 12 months, that's all I'm saying.
But what if the report is overwhelmingly in favor of getting rid of the existing building? Is this just,
Yeah,
I mean, should
exactly.
we wait until we get the base report?
But let me just, one thing, the report is not going to recommend to the town what it should or should not do. We were clear with that in the procurement process before the submittal came in. We wanted to make it clear to even prospective applicants for the work that we were not asking them to tell the town of West Newbury whether we should go in the direction of new school or keep the school. For the main reason being, whatever they say is not up to them, it's up to the people of West Newbury. So we were really clear, we want them to give us objective information. If you stay in the school, this is what you can expect in terms of future projects and costs to maintain it and to keep it at the level you want. If you go in a, different direction, so to inform the people and also to, this was a smaller part of the scope just because of budget constraints, but there is a educational, kind of inadequacy component of what they're looking for. It's not, or looking at, I should say, it's not a driver. That's something that in and of itself could be, a costly item, but that's more like qualitatively, how does the building function as a, educational environment? And does it meet or fall short of, or exceed, standards for kind of what you look for qualitatively in a place to educate kids?
So it strikes me that, ultimately, we're looking for residents. We will be looking for residents and voters at town meeting to make a decision based on the best information available. So say your options are, $11.7 million, 1,000 times this number to plug into the school, to bring it up to some level that perhaps hopefully would be acceptable, or the alternative being 5 times that, $58,300,000 or $500,000 to build a new school. So you're looking at 1/10 of 1% to 2/100ths of 1% as the range that you're considering spending at this point to help people make a more intelligent decision. It's not a trivial number, but relative to the ultimate.
Something large is coming down the road, one way or the other, it's gonna be very, very large.
Relative to the decision we're gonna make, this is a pretty small cost.
So to Ross's point, or I think perhaps others, is the timing here such that we can't get the report and then make a decision on this?
No, it really isn't. No, I think, because when they sent us this proposal, they hadn't yet done their initial tours of the building, and so they were, I think they were, the mobilization is something that we would pay for here, just as we would pay for in 6 months, or, if this was brought forward.
No, but what I'm saying is, does this question become easier for people if we wait for the report and then see whether we need the virtual? I'm in favor of the virtual, just because I think it's gonna become important to this very large question we're gonna have in front of us, but I'm just wondering. what-
I don't see the utility of it.
Yeah, so you don't see the
So
utility.
waiting
Yeah.
for me is not, the report is not gonna make any
It
changes.
seems like there's gonna be a lot of, I mean, who's gonna go room by room? You know, you might walk into 2 or 3 rooms, okay, they all all, they all look the same.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, a video and a few photographs can accomplish it in a much more distilled down version. Otherwise, people are just gonna be rambling and not know quite what they're looking for.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't presuming that this was gonna be,
These guys.
go here and look here. I thought that it's gonna more augment the report. So that when you had to explain a particular element of the report that people aren't getting, then you'd have the ability to show it, that's all.
But with folks that, you know, give us the sort of a preview of what they've done for another. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe that would help.
It won't help me. What about you?
Okay.
I had a couple
Yeah,
questions.
Dan, Stan,
Dan has questions.
I had a couple questions.
Dan has questions.
So, first of all, the architects, how many reports that they create have these video analysis that goes with it, or how many just dump out the report? Is that,
I don't know, I haven't asked.
and then the second question on that is the towns that are doing similar work like we're trying to do here to assess the value of a building, would this type of report help secure any state funding for that building project? It's essentially a documentary of what the findings are, right?
Well, it's really just an illustration, because it's not like it's annotated, so I wouldn't say it's documentary what the findings are, because you still have to read the report. It's really just an existing condition.
Those are like music overplay as you're walking through the building or something like that?
Paintball splatters.
No, but if you wanted to see an element, you'd be able to see it. But you'd have to have the report or
Understand.
what.
Lots of starlings in the back.
All right, are we done discussing?
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, you guys have to take an initial decision whether you want to.
Yeah, make a motion to remove this from the warrant.
all right. I thought we were gonna vote whether we. I just think it's premature, and it's gonna open up a can of worms that we would have to deal with. We're not quite ready to deal with. that.
Right, obviously, we wouldn't be able to stand up to scrutiny.
Right
now.
It's just,
Yeah.
I'm afraid of what it might find.
I
All
agree.
right, so moved and seconded, any further discussion, Rick? No, all right, all in favor? Aye.
But,
Opposed? No. All right,
so we removed it from the warrant.
right.
But,
Good.
I would think that we could do some follow-on with them. To Dan's questions, to Ross's concern, what is the utility? And they may say, well, we've never actually seen anybody really use it, people like to play around with it, but we don't. Or they might say, well, if you're trying to discuss why you're gonna be expending part of your money on an old school and why it might not work, we can show you right here. That's what I would hope we would get to eventually.
Actually, yeah, if you want to entertain a comment.
Sure.
I've had a chance to meet with the architects a few times on some of these walkthroughs and such, and obviously went through this with the other school. I think once you get the initial report that they're working on, I think it'll be incredibly informative. And I think at that point, you kind of then decide, how do we present this to the community? And if that helps you to present it to the community, then I think you go that direction. But I think after you look at that report, I think it'll become clear that you can present it or that you need something to help you.
Right,
Does that make
exactly.
sense?
Yeah.
Just thinking through some of the things that we did in terms of having open houses and bringing people through and showing them some of the real trouble spots.
Exactly, yeah.
That was helpful. And this might help you do that, but it also might not. I think that report is gonna tell you everything you need to know. So it'll be your roadmap.
But it may not be everything you want to sell. If you're needing to present, the report will be read by very few people. The presentation to the public is the thing that I'm most concerned about. So, but I think we should, we've taken off the warrant, we should bookmark it, that's all. Just bookmark it, I think that's great. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's it for tonight.
Bye. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
John, as you know, that there is another
He already said he's not interested.
I'd be happy to entertain it. I have a daughter at dance.
Oh, okay,
But
yeah.
stayed as long as I could. and-
Yeah, no, I just didn't want you to miss out on.
No, it's all right. I know that all the time talking about.
Yes.
Thanks.
Make the motion to
No,
adjourn.
no, they've withdrawn it.
Okay.
We don't vote.
Don't adjourn it.
Are we looking at the one?
No, so I talked to Mike about this today and he said
Which?
he's fine with waiting.
Okay, these computers.
Yeah.
On the police.
It's not on the list, so we're not doing it tonight.
All right.
No, no one's
You're
looking.
not running the meeting tonight, she is.
So I could.
So anyways,
Rob is king.
Sorry, we already adjourned.
we're adjourned. We're out of here.
The door hitch.
By the way, we're adjourned. I'm actually staying, so.
Yeah.
Oh, no, can't do that.
I think that's.
That was next, I think.
I might have.
But Wendy's back in charge. Yeah.
That's good.
It's actually.
Wendy's always adjourned.
Are we gonna take that, why don't we agree that we're going to take, can we just agree that we will add municipal aggregation to the topics? So we can send a text to Lisa,
Already setting the first. Yeah.
but we haven't yet said we're gonna do it.
Right.
You can do it on Monday, but, you know,
I think a motion that we add, an item that was unexpected, it's on the agenda.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
Aggregation with a letter to, address what I recall the bill.
Madam Chairperson, before I forget, as it relates
I
to,
just made a motion, Rob, hang on.
oh, I'm sorry,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right, are you telling her to come right now? 'Cause we have other items.
I just said hold her in a few minutes for you.
Okay.
as it relates to the municipal aggregation. So what Southborough did was they actually will periodically send out something that says, this is what people have saved by going through the aggregation. Now we're to compare the contract price to what National Grid would put out. The one thought I had at that initial meeting, it's not initial for you, for me, was that they do Salisbury. They should be tracking the results of Salisbury. And it may be a good piece of information to know what Salisbury has seen as it relates to convincing people that this may be a good idea for them. In other words, I would always want to have some data behind the pitch. And Salisbury has the data, and it's probably public information, so I don't think. Yeah, so, but my point is this one company doing Salisbury should be able to hand you a data sheet like Southborough does that says, this is the contract rates, this is the rates we, National Grid, this is the amount of kilowatts that we used under our program, these are the savings. You don't have to disclose individuals, you do it in the aggregate, but it might be show people what a result is.
So Rob, I don't know if you were aware, but the discussion tonight regarding municipal aggregation will be about a letter to the DP.
Yeah. I mentioned it because I've thought of this 5 times, Rick, and you mentioned it. And the way my brain's been working lately, I wanted to get it out because otherwise I'm not gonna remember it again. That's all. Thank you. I'm gonna still sit here, okay?
I'm afraid you're gonna have to sit in your audience.
Too close for comfort.
Oh, my God. Okay,
That is a great chair.
yeah.
All right,
Remember, next week,
yeah, you're the boss.
yeah. Thank you.
Should we go to item G or,
Oh, that's what it is.
I just thought that might be more.
Okay, I'm just curious, to skip it.
Oh, and just so that when Lisa gets here, we can go right to that.
Yeah, or we can just wait.
We want.
In fact, G should be right.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Slate. Yeah.
So the ask on this is to authorize the Sunday RDA, Angus?
That's correct. Yeah, and this would be taken up, assuming we submit it, it would be taken up 2 weeks from tonight at Concom. And Michelle did have some follow-up correspondence with Brian Goodwin earlier today, just to make sure that he was aware it was gonna be taken up. And they're good. Yeah, they're good, and he said the Mill Pond Committee is supposed to meet next week, I believe on the 26th.
Oh.
And that if they did have some thoughts, they would, share them with Concom when they take it up on October 2nd.
So is he acting as chair next week?
He responded as if he was, I
Alright.
don't know what's the date of his, stepping down, I thought it was.
It's October, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was October.
Anything about resigning.
Right, I haven't sent them a questionnaire, so I'll do that after the meeting next week.
Yeah, they haven't posted yet, but he said in the email it's gonna be next Tuesday.
All right,
But the timing on this, I think, is important, though, that.
it needs to happen soon, right?
Right, yeah, before the nuts or fruit or whatever they're called.
So this was, Michelle just happened to see this?
Yeah,
Said
yeah, I think it was,
on
she
the
was down there
radar?
doing something else and she just happened to notice and recognize it.
So it's good timing to get out of there. So are you gonna participate?
Probably, good chance.
So if there
They
are
let
these
me.
thorns or whatever, I mean, what kind of?
No, if it hasn't produced the nuts or the thorns yet, I don't imagine it's a problem. On top of which, you know, if you're using. My guess is that you use either gloves or rake kind of tool or something to pull it out and just stuff into the bucket.
Do you know what the root structure is like? Or is it just-
I don't yet, but
I'm
yes,
just
I did
curious,
start looking at that, there was a webpage, there was a link to a webpage with, you know, how do you go about removing stuff and.
Cool.
But I don't think there's a, like a high hazard, if that's the concern.
No, I'm just curious, I've not been exposed to it.
Yeah, no, fine.
We just look at the authorization with Angus sign.
So, yep, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion with Angus sign. the RDA.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye. I'm wondering if water chestnuts can be like in Chinese food.
Register,
Call the Chinese restaurant. Think of
So, all right, so
That'd be the difference.
Lisa, you voted to take this item up, even though it's not on the agenda, would you like to present your thoughts?
So in more real life, I deal with the Department of Public Utilities. I deal with regulatory agencies like this. This is an extraordinary situation where the statutory scheme has municipalities assume responsibility for making good decisions about how they buy energy. And for reasons that are very complicated, Department of Public Utilities is pretty much making that impossible right now. So there's a big move afoot for legislation and for comments on the rulemaking. It's not a rulemaking, it's a guidance that would actually make it worse in the name of speeding up review. So I was on the calls with Colonial. I've been in contact with other consultants and public interest people. I strongly recommend that either through the select board or the energy committee, energy sustainability committee, that West Newbury make comments based on what Colonial did to the DPU and also the letter to the representatives in the legislature. I think ultimately legislation is probably a better solution given the situation.
So it's too complicated to explain why they're doing this? Is there like a bird's eye view of it, or?
The motivations of regulatory agencies can be tricky to
Yeah.
delve into. I think the concern is that number one, municipalities are a bit less regulated because the whole statutory scheme is to trust the municipalities who sort of have a grassroots interest. And number two, I think the Department of Public Utilities is quite concerned about the ability of the utilities to continue to sell electricity as a default backup. And that's a whole other issue. This is a uniquely problematic situation for Massachusetts. I was involved in a proceeding that started in 2015 about basic service from the utilities. Nothing happened until they closed it with this new. So that's sort of another problem. It's a troubled agency, I think.
So the ask would be to sign on to your letter, or?
Well, it's Colonial's letter.
Yeah.
I sent a revised version just tailored to West Newbury's circumstance, but that and also the comments to DPU. So there are two things. actually three. One is a email cover to the legislature. And then the other is the comments to DPU, which also requires an email cover, which I can easily send to whoever would like to see it.
I'm assuming you were in support of this?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Rest of the comments or questions?
Yeah, I saw the email this afternoon in the packet, and I was working to get through all this good stuff, so I am not up to speed on it. Rick says it's agreeable. Well, I'll follow your lead on both of you.
All right, so is this something the Energy and Sustainability Committee is also considering?
Well, we haven't talked about it, but we haven't met since that. The question is, I don't recall, I can look at my schedule, I don't recall when we're meeting next, you recall?
I think it's the 28th.
Yeah, which is the day after this is done, or the day that it is.
Well,
Yeah, the 27th is the Senate hearing. Yeah, we just got this, this past Thursday.
Right, yeah, so we're not scheduled to meet, before this, but quite honestly, I think if it comes from the select board, prior to it's TUI, right, that's hearing this?
Sorry?
It's TUI, it's the Transportation Utilities and Energy that's
I
hearing
think
this.
that's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think the select board's comments probably carry at least as much weight as Energy and Sustainability Committee if two
In
receives
fairness,
comments,
yes.
right, yeah. So,
All right, so this is something you wanna take the lead on? Or is it
make a
already,
motion.
I mean, I'm not clear on exactly what physical thing we want. Is it what you drafted? We can just send that in?
Well, I think we just,
Or we
actually, why
template?
don't you speak to that, Lisa?
Okay, so Colonial sent sort of a
Template.
right,
Yeah.
and I reworked it to better fit West Newbury.
Right.
So the documents in question are the letter to the legislators with an email cover. That's also require an email cover, which I did not provide, but easily can.
Mhm.
And that's what the documents are, and they're for two different things. One is for the legislation that would fix the situation. And we hope, if DPU starts paying attention to the legislation. And the other is comments to DPU. And I was on the phone call that Colonial had with all the various local municipalities, and I think that the idea is that a lot of municipalities will sign on, which shows, the interest and concern. That's the objective here.
All right.
Okay, so, I move that we, as a board, sign the letter to the House and Senate chairs of the Joint Committee on Telecommunication Utilities and Energy. As amended by at least to be specific to considerations in West Newbury, regarding, changes in municipal aggregation program as managed or run by, or implemented by, the Department of Public Utilities.
Okay. Second. Any further discussion? On favor?
Aye.
All right, so that's one piece. Do we also need to go to the second piece or?
Yeah, so, and
this needs an email cover or this does not?
That one has the draft email cover
Okay.
from good.
okay, so clarify me again, the second piece.
Okay. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
the Department of Public Utilities realized that people are very upset that, during the huge fly up, all of these Amesbury and a lot of other towns couldn't get access to inexpensive power because DPU was not moving on their application. And the applications are backed up as old as 4 years. So I think DPU, and there was legislation that got through the legislature and was vetoed by the former governor. So this is another chance at this for the legislation. But DPU clearly is aware that people are unhappy. So it came out with guidance in August and asked for comments on the guidance. And the universal reaction of everybody who's involved with municipal aggregations is that the guidance, in the name of expediting things, actually makes it much worse. They are micromanaging to the point of rejecting petitions because people used numbering instead of bullets. And it's an unusual situation. So the second piece of this would be the comments to DPU saying there should be more flexibility for municipalities and they should have their applications acted upon quickly with a reasonable regulatory approach. That's in essence what this says. I will be filing comments on behalf of 47 Coffee Street Ratepayer advocates as well.
So that particular document, the date of the 27th or 28th, whichever date that was, the 27th, I guess. That second.
Has an October 6th deadline now.
Okay, so I apologize, but I didn't read what you sent because I had too much
That's okay.
stuff to do. And so I haven't actually looked at that personally, so.
So you don't waste money?
Yeah, I'd be more confident, not that I don't trust.
No,
it, just
I think that's good.
do something that I haven't.
Absolutely.
So,
Okay.
okay, but thanks a lot, Lisa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the mechanics of this, is this would be moved by your office or?
I think it would be submitted by the board, signed, I presume by the chair. Sometimes we have the full board sign it. If it's ready and printed, we can just make it available, you all can sign. But I think if there's any wordsmithing to be done, to the letter, I think if, you know, the chair works with Lisa in the next, couple of days.
Okay.
But I think we're, you know, it's really just a matter of putting on letterhead and, so we can do that unless there are any tweaks to it.
Okay, all right, I'll take a look and then send it to Rebecca.
Sure. Yep, great.
Item F.
All right, item F, so the, obviously the Ash Street, is within the, identified habitat for protected species. And so the town had received approval from, under the Mass Endangered Species Act back in 2006, that lapsed in 2011. And since that time, the work that's been done out there for routine maintenance or regradings, periodic regradings, has not been, you know, endorsed or permitted. So we're trying to rectify that. And we've had a number of meetings and a couple of site visits over the course of the last 6 or 8 weeks. Wendy's been right at the table with those, along with Michelle has been doing a lot of the work at the staff level. With myself and Butch and Chief Dwyer also involved. So what you have in front of you is a draft filing checklist, which with the board's approval, as you may revise or not, the intent would be to submit that to the NISA tomorrow, along with the application fee, which we went ahead and got that check cut last week, so as to expedite review, assuming that referral comes out of tonight's meeting. So with your approval, again, as you may revise it or not, this would be sent to for review tomorrow, and that would initiate a formal review process, which would be expected to result in a permit that presumably might have some conditions. So that the board, as the roadway commissioners, would be the applicant. So part of the request for you tonight is both to review and approve the checklist, but also to vote to authorize me to sign on your behalf.
And I would just point out that there was an understanding previously with the prior DPW director, a lot of correspondence, that like a fax notification when it was done, and then it just lapsed, and we thought that that was under the approval of Michelle, you know, the agent he was working with, but, so it's not like we intentionally didn't comply.
Yeah, that's a really important point. The prior approval had required 24 hours advance written notice prior to the routine work being done. And, we pulled the files in the DPW the DPW office, and there were dozens of faxed, notifications that had been sent over a period of years. And then at a certain point that stopped, and, we're told that there maybe was a phone conversation around that time between the former director and someone in that office saying that didn't need to continue, whether that didn't happen really doesn't matter. The point is, for a while now, it's been out of compliance. So we had, as you know, under the board's direction of the meeting in August, we had, it had been directed to make the gradings less frequent, so the, ruts and potholes would serve as a natural deterrent to speed. We had done that, and then it got to the point where it really was deteriorating to where action really was needed. So we had sent notice to that office, I guess, what was that, about a week and a half ago, kind of proceeding on good faith that, hey, we're gonna go do some regrading, and that led to, wait, you can't do that till the checklist, and we had a little back and forth, we had a couple of phone calls and a meeting, and they did assent to, before the process plays out, at least for this past regrading about a week and a half ago, they did assent to that. They couldn't formally do that because it is work in a habitat area and it's not permanent, but they kind of understood that we had to do that, or the road might have been, become a much bigger capital project if we just let it.
But make sure you get your checklist.
Exactly, and so they're very keen on getting this checklist.
Yeah.
We've told them a number of times that tonight was the date, but even like this morning, he emailed like, any progress on the checklist? It's like, yeah, as we told you, it's gonna be before the board tonight. It's not something at the staff level, we don't have to, we're not the road commissioner, we can't submit it without you're okay.
So I think,
I just wanted to say, there was one question on the narrative that Michelle provided. I was just wondering whether we wanted to commit to having the agent go out during the regrading, if that would, make natural heritage more comfortable. Clearly, that's, an additional task for her to do, so she left it out of the narrative, but that's something that we want to add. One of the.
I mean, overburden her if it's not, she
Yeah,
wrote
well,
the
it's like
narrative.
7 or 8 times a year, or it should be less now that we're not doing it every time it rains, right? It's gonna be 5 times a year.
If they requested it, I would
They
say
didn't
yes.
request it, and I just thought it was a good faith. I mean, she did it during this last week when they
And she
reviewed.
may be able to do it, but it should not be
Yeah.
a requirement. I think that could be cumbersome for her potentially.
Okay. Just wanted to be aware of that.
well, or maybe we could put it in there that she would do it if available.
I think if we put it in there.
Or put it in, why even touch that?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think she would for her own interests.
Right.
At some point, it could be personal turnover, or long-term absence,
Right.
whatever reason, and it's just, I don't think we want to try to.
Yeah, okay.
The fact is, they may impose conditions,
They might say we have to anyway.
and at that point, you have to deal with that, but I would agree with not
Okay.
bring that out there initially.
how long have we been out of compliance on this? She said the original permit was 2006.
12 years?
Well, we
That's
had,
okay.
no, we had the faxes though from this 2012.
Yeah, but the term elapsed.
Yeah.
So I think the town was proceeding in good faith for a long time, and I would say still is.
Yeah.
But, technically it's been out of compliance, should have been refiled with MISA,
It's a 5-year permit.
yes, 5-year permit.
We're gonna make a motion, right?
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve the project review checklist. And further that we authorize, town manager to sign on the select board's behalf.
Second. Further discussion? And did you have anything you wanted to add? You guys, right, all in favor? Aye. So I guess one of these photos, the caption at the top. I just, if the town knows that, or if it's just a artifact of our package, page 72.
There was one that we caught
It was like very informal.
Right there.
Oh, that's just, when we convert things to PDF,
Sometimes it gets-
yeah, sometimes, depending on the font, I'm sure you've noticed it before, like, Leah San Bernardi, her email,
Yeah.
signature line, it was always come up gobbledygook, because she used a certain font, so.
Oh, it printed fine? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, no, it does, yeah.
What are you looking at?
David Trump's computer.
Oh, yeah, that's funny, because it did come, yeah. It's fun, oh, that's weird, we're looking at the same document.
All right,
It's your computer.
Yeah. all right, next item, item H. Oh, this is a water one, I guess we should have told Mark and yeah, all right,
Yeah.
thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Can we just get through this stuff?
So, let's see. Is there content in the packet? I don't remember.
Yeah, I wrote a memo just summarizing, the meeting that was held about 2 weeks ago. I'll say what I said at the, conclusion of that, or to the conclusion of that, I wrote commended Chris for, staying on this issue. He brought it up as a FinCom member and, stayed on it, and basically we had a, meeting including Tate Howard, myself, Chris, Jack Duggan and Mark, and everybody, including Tate and Howard, agreed the better way to go would be to batch the thing as a single project, as would be the beginning approach. There's no longer the same concerns about lead time for pipe, but there's also, logistical concerns, which Chris has articulated really well, so, actually, now that I think about it, the Board of Water Commissioners didn't really formally, they got out this morning, which I'm just thinking of now, but, they, I guess.
Well, if we're using ARPA money, we can say.
I think that was the intention, was to reaffirm that the ARPA money gets used as part of the
That's right.
entity of the entire contract.
That's right.
Still funding the same 625.
That's correct, yeah, so one thing we talked about this morning at the Board of Water Commissioners is that and like I said in this, memo, we still have to retool that memorandum of understanding, so the target is to get that on for 2 weeks from tonight, for the select board to have an updated MOU, because we want to be really clear what that 625 is being used for and what it isn't being used for, and part of the work there is going to be really pinning down, what are the soft costs associated with this. So Mark, following on this morning's meeting, I reached out to Tate and Howard, and it was agreed he was going to set up, we're going to have a call later this week that I'll be part of to really understand what's that fee, particularly when it's included in the base contract to do the procurement. So, so nothing is before you for action tonight. The vote that should be asked to take in 2 weeks is going to be an updated MOU to formalize the agreement and provide the funding for the project. But I did want to make you aware that there was a significant change in project approach resulting from that Daycon meeting about 2 weeks ago that Chris was part of. So this timeline you need to take with a grain of salt, because they, this was based on, I'm sure they were assuming that, that contract would be signed that day or something, and the point I was making in the memo is a lag time of, a couple of weeks or even a month or more isn't going to affect the objective of getting the project breaking ground next spring.
So I had a question about the amount, the 625 that we voted on was specifically for the pipe. It's possible that if they do this as a lump sum job, that the pipe is gonna cost less. So are we, sticking with the 625, or are we sticking with the cost of the piping, or do we care?
There won't be a breakup, because you're gonna get one number, so you won't know what that cost is. There will be a cost savings, because number one, you don't have to store it with the fencing, we're gonna do that, so I think 10 grand. Angus just mentioned again that the takeoff of the materials, Tate and Howard doesn't have to do that now, that's the contractor's responsibility, so them is gone at 15 grand.
I just wanna make sure we're not paying for any engineering costs, because I feel like we've already paid, or the water department's part
Well,
of the
you may be
contract.
paying for part of the installation cost, the 625 should diminish down, they also have 10% contingency in there on that. Which again, the contractor carries the soup to nuts on his end, so whatever it is.
So should we rethink this number?
I would not, I would let the benefit go with I would hope the overall contract would come in less than the sum of the two components that we had. I mean, to try and parse out what exactly that is probably dangerous.
No, I'm just asking the question, if
Yeah, no.
we're gonna stick with this number, or, you know, if there's cost savings, should the ARPA fund be the beneficiary of that as well as the water department?
I don't know how you determine, because you're gonna be getting one number, you could speculate on
Well,
that. I actually said, I thought you're gonna save about 85 grand if you take out your 10%, your 10,000 and your 15,000, but I'm not sure that's fair to the water department to pull that back out of them.
So actually, I had a question separate, but it maybe is relevant here, and the answer as to whether this is worthwhile or not may clearly be no, but, it seems that the balance between supply and demand has changed. Does it make sense, just for perspective, to have the vendor who quoted before, or another voter, or another vendor, or just from somewhere to get a requote of the cost of pipe, just to understand, has there been a significant change, you know, based on current market conditions?
I think it was more of a timing issue with the problem, it wasn't necessarily the price.
Well, that's what we were told, but if the timing was that long, and then what it tells you is that there's a problem with supply.
I mean,
So if the supply has changed, then basic economics tells you that price probably changed too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be convinced, but
Well, the only way to know.
Mark had a takeoff from the vendor. He's got the quantities to attach new prices in a spreadsheet, would take about 3 minutes. So they could do that, I don't know what, you know, if there's a benefit or not. At the end of the day, you just wanna get a contractor who owns the whole project.
Right, I agree, but
In terms of reduction, I think, you know, I'm thinking of the water distribution study, you know, that we reviewed a month or so ago. That, you'll recall, had the estimated cost of this project at 3.325 million. 3.325 minus 625 is 2.7. That was the number for debt authorization. So I don't think their report on the hydraulic study ever changed that total estimated project cost estimate based on whether it was going to be bid separately or together. You know, so if it had been more or less one way or the other, that was never reflected. When I noticed that number, I did reach out to Ted and Howard to make sure it's the right number, because the one from the March number was higher, you'll recall. And they did say that the 3.325 number was the right number to use. So my point is, if there's less than 625 of ARPA, we don't have a fully funded project anymore, because the 2.7 million that went to town meeting in the spring was predicated on.
If the project were to come in under, you could prorate.
Yeah, you could do that.
Prorate, so
Yeah.
that if it comes in at 90%, you could say that each gets reduced by 10%.
Share the bond.
Yeah, share the benefit in proration to the end result.
But as the engineers or whoever it was from Peter and Howard was saying, this is a project of a nice size for certain companies, and prices are still high. You will get a contractor who will want to do it, but it won't, they're not discounting.
So it answers the question if it's a price change. So all I'm saying is, to Wendy's point, just prorate it, that's all.
So would that be an MOU, or?
I think we gotta think that through, you know, in terms of some of the complications that could create both for the MOU, but also for you know, the constraints on the ARPA of the, you know, it's gotta be fully encumbered by the end of calendar 2024, which and then fully expended by the end of calendar 2026. And if it gets into like if-then scenarios, depending on the duration of the project, there's that amount of accounting work that's created that I would.
It was palatable to spend 6.25 on the project,
Yes.
some component.
Yeah.
And the balance to be bonded, so there is a savings potentially, and they may save it on the other side, but to try and decide how that gets parsed out and pull it back is probably not the best road to go down, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think we should go with what we've already committed to, and you know, hopefully it benefits the water department and
water users.
And the water users, I mean, ultimately the water users. And, you know, the amount of, you know, if it saves them somewhat on what they have to bump, because, you know, we know that there's a lineup of future projects behind us, and so, you know, the less debt there is now, the easier it is next time.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, but I want that engineering issue to be figured out, because I don't want to double pay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so no votes needed there. Anything else on that? Thank you, Chris, for carrying that to completion. Item I, this is the response from the Merrimack Select Board on the PRSD regional agreement. So as expected, this was the language that was a concern.
Good idea.
So the underlining is what we have proposed.
That's correct.
Okay, and so they just want clarification.
Yes.
Do you know why they took this up all of a sudden? I don't know, Blue?
So as you know, we have our monthly meetings of finance directors, and I did, you know, it came up at our last meeting in August, the regional agreement generally, and I kind of politely reminded them that we had put fully conceived proposals on the table last winter and never gotten a response, other than the kind of response I described at some of the meetings of, oh, it's not the right time, which is fine, I'm not, you know. So I just kind of reminded them that we hadn't actually gotten a response to the specific proposals we'd sent, so I think that was probably the spur for Carol to bring it to her board. And actually, as it turns out, we have our, you know, finance directors meeting, tomorrow, so that's part of why I thought it'd be good tonight, that if, I think the language that we put in is pretty clear.
Yeah,
That's
too.
pretty clear.
So it sounds like this one member is concerned that we're trying to eliminate a school.
It says, yeah, you expressed concern, which is kind of disturbing, because that's exactly what it was, if at some point the two of the towns wanted to have a joint venture on an elementary school, yeah, that's exactly what. A town was, so I don't know why they'd be concerned there, it's a provision.
And, you know, the irony there, well, sorry, I'm big now, but it seems like it would be, if two the community decided that they want to do that, it would almost certainly be in part at least to economic advantage and financial advantages, in which case everybody in the district would benefit.
Yeah, I know this sort of, I'll say originated, but Walter was pushing us ahead at one point, because he kept saying, look, the populations of students are going down in the town, at what point do you maybe do a joint venture, because if two towns decrease, you might not need them. I don't know if that's realistic.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hurt a thing to have the provision there in case it ever came to be and such.
I think perhaps this board member was feeling like that could happen involuntarily, you know, but so maybe that's the only thing that needs to be clarified, that it would be mutually beneficial agreement between the two towns and not imposed by the district or.
Yeah, well, I think it did say, doesn't it say mutual?
The town may decide to share consolidated elementary schools.
So do we need to write a letter, Angus, do you think, or?
I'll talk to Carol at the meeting this week and see what kind of, if they're expecting a written response, or if it's enough just to,
If they do want a written response, it'd be good to get clarification on what clarification they want. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not really,
yeah, I think it's written.
Yeah, I mean, if she has a specific concern, if she proposed wording, you know, if the select board member proposed wording that would address a concern, maybe it would help us better.
It sounds like the concern, reading between the lines, is probably regarding the underlying intent rather than the language itself.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so you're gonna follow up with Carol?
Yep. Yeah, I'll see her this week.
And concern as to whether it can be unilateral, which we already think we've raised, but I agree with you that it may be that they're suspicious that there's this thing afoot.
Right.
And all of a sudden, they're opening the door to something they don't want. So you have to describe what it is that could possibly be.
Okay, item J, request for authorization to apply for the community compact. So I had a question on this, that I wasn't aware of the categories. I mean, do you feel like ClearGov fits into the best practices program, or which one of these?
Best
For the
practices.
IT?
Yeah, best practices.
Okay. And the grant that we received for the Collins Center,
Mhm.
was that through this?
It was, and you can apply it every 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So, which is important to understand, because if we do apply for this year, we would be frozen out for next year.
Yeah, okay.
Boy, is there something specific in mind that we might apply for next year?
No, I was looking at these categories and thinking we just got one of these, does that mean
Okay.
we're eligible? And no, they just said that it was 2 years ago.
Yes, I was wondering about the capital budgeting, would that effectively, replace the spreadsheet?
I think
I hope
it
so.
would, and it would, I think, give us the answer that we've been, trying to get to for over 2 years, and which, if I had 40 or 50 hours straight to do it, I can get that answer. And maybe it's not quite that much, but in 2.5 years, I haven't found.
Yeah.
And so I think it's kind of, I'll say, I have some, kind of personal pride of ownership of some of the work products that I've developed over my career in budgeting, capital budgeting. And so I'm a little reluctant to say, oh, this company does it better, but it's better. Like, it's so specialized, it's so nuanced. And it's one of the big benefits that Jenny and I felt, which I said in the memo, was reduced potential margin for error. I mean, one of the realities of budget season is some of the work you see, going, those spreadsheets, we pour over some of those cells again and again and again. And yeah, and some of that work happens late at night or weekends or like sometimes 12 or 14-hour days on a Saturday, like it's, that's actually, what goes on during budget season. And so the practicality of like Monday morning doing a total debrief with Jenny on my right hand of budgeting, it doesn't happen. Like Monday morning, I'm coming into work, she's coming into, not coming into work, like coming into a lot of work to do.
Right.
Her Monday morning's the same. Like the reality is we don't ever like, sometimes, when things happen so fast and there's these feedback loops, there haven't been a lot of errors. And I can't think of more than a couple. There have been a couple. There haven't been a lot, but part of that's because we're doing it over and over again and working like these ridiculous hours to make sure there's no errors. And there's information, especially on things like personnel budgeting, where we just don't have the time in our schedules to sit and have a 2-hour meeting, like to share information. It does not happen. And I can say that having gone through 5 budget cycles, it's that busy. And so, people who haven't, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but people like out in the community might not be able to fathom how that's possible, but it's possible and it's real. Like the rest of the town doesn't stop working just because we're in budget season. So, the only way we get through a budget is really extreme hours, and there's fatigue, there's, exhaustion, frustration, those things are all part of it. And so this platform, which is cloud-based, is intended to really replace what's right now a really, there's a combination of, formal submittals, there's emails, there's phone conversations, there's in-person meetings, and things can get lost in all of that, especially if that's coming just to me, but I need Jenny like fully aligned in terms of like the thinking behind the numbers or different things. She's being a town accountant, like full-time plus hours year round, not even including budget season. So we just don't have the horsepower. So yeah, there's a lot, like in the meeting we had with these guys a week and a half or so ago, Jenny had met with them previously. We've kind of been looking at it from a distance for the last couple of years, and then it was more over the last, couple of months, we decided to make a bigger push, because every single year at the beginning of budget season, we say, are we gonna do it the same way, or are we gonna try to do something different? And I think, 2 years ago, we've been looking at the Vadar budgeting module, and we took some trainings on that, and we didn't come away feeling that like it really added anything to what we're doing. It just became another thing to do in addition to what we're doing. This would be instead of the Excel-based, budget. So it really would be a big, a big leap. But yeah, we see some real benefits to it. And, of course, last year at this time, we had turnover at the town accountant position, so that certainly wasn't gonna be the time to look at a different way to do budgeting. But I can tell you that we know there's a better way to do it. With that said, I think we do a really good job, but it is like this old school combination of Excel, paper filings, PDFs, conversations, and that's the part that drives me nuts. And I've told people, like, if you have a proposal, it has to be in writing. You can't just like bring something up in a meeting when, like, right after I finished the meeting with you, maybe I got a phone call or maybe I got a price list and 14 hours later, when I finally leave the office, like, is that still in my head? And it maybe even it's on a piece of paper, but I have pads of paper. I mean, you guys see, I take notes constantly. I don't necessarily have time to go back and read those notes. I mean, that's part of what the practice can help in the last couple of months is just looking through years of notes. And I've told her, find the things that I wrote down that we haven't got time yet. So I know that probably doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, but.
Do you have a sense of how much time it could save? I mean, the accuracy is one piece, but to me it's more important.
Yeah, I think it could be very significant, because if I look at the kind of the typical work week, kind of over the course of a year compared to the typical work week during budget season, you're probably talking, I'm probably working 15 to 20 hours a week more in budget season. And that's more than what was already more than full-time hours. So it really, I mean, you guys see it, like, we are on our last nerve for those months. I mean, it is really, really difficult. And that's why some of the things that maybe, FinCom sometimes would ask for, like this past cycle or prior cycles, like, might not seem like much, but when you're like absolutely stretched beyond the max, and there's a point at which, like, there's just zero bandwidth. And so, one of the things that's been talked about actually since, before I started here, was this idea of 5-year projections and things like that. And we'd love to be able to do that. And if me and Jenny could focus on doing that for a couple of weeks full time with nothing else to do, we could do that. But that's never going to happen with our current staffing structure and the current, ambitiousness of the town in terms of all the things we take on and all the headaches that come to us that we didn't invite. So that's an example of something that just is fully within reach with this software, because what you can do is, on day one, you can upload all of your prior, we've been with Vadar since FY20, so we have, 4 complete years of data that would all be uploaded as part of the onboarding. So on day one, we could be doing, 4-year trend analysis of like the prior 4 years, and looking ahead, it's got, part of the module is you can do, pick a number, 3, 5, 10-year projections, and you can do different scenarios. So you can do a baseline, which, and all of these parameters you control. So you could do a flat 2.5%. You can do a much more customized, like where we do, for instance, the cost estimating for when we're bargaining union contracts, we estimate what the costs are. We could key those in. We could obviously key in, the known things like future debt service, but you could do projections with different sets of assumptions. And you can do that all kind of behind the scenes as part of the cloud, and then decide which one you're going to bring forward. So you have kind of a sandbox where you can play around with different scenarios, different assumptions, whether that's on COLA or whether that's on, inflation or any kind of thing. And then, and it's all built in there. And some of the nuance on the personnel budgeting was really impressive with regard to some of the odd aspects, or I should say atypical aspects of personnel, where, if you're just doing hours and an hourly rate, that's easy. But when you get into things like, overtime or stipends or, phone allowances or, all these different nuances, so that's what makes a personnel budget like complicated, and, you know, we do it with Excel, and I think we do a good job, but it's something that really only Jenny and I kind of understand. It's not something accessible that even others on staff, because it's all in these like very wonky spreadsheets. So there's an appeal of having a cloud base where there's a clear paper trail, and also there's like with like, so you could do reports on like across the board, you know, education stipend or certification stipends, and extract that data in a way that is very easy. Whereas right now it would be a manual kind of like going through, and it would be more tedious. So
I'm sold.
I think it's great. It is a big, you know, it would be a big, kind of increase to our baseline cost. And, you know, that's something to be.
Well, but less than hiring additional staff so that you're not working 60 hours in private.
Yeah, no, I do think it would be, I think, like I said in the memo, I think once people see the results, I do think people would say, how have we not had this? You know, that's how we felt. We were really.
So which option would you, go for?
Well, so we had an in-depth briefing on the budgeting, personnel budgeting, capital budgeting, and we felt all of those were really, really good. We have another, we only had an hour, so we didn't get into the other components. So the clear plans, I don't know anything about. If it's anywhere near as good as the other things, I think it could be really, really interesting and potentially help us with this goal setting that we've been kind of, you know, struggling with for a couple of years. The digital budget book and the transparency, I really don't know. You know, I haven't been specifically pitched on those, so I want to understand what those are. I don't know that we need those. So, yeah, we have a follow-up this Wednesday that we're scheduled for a full 90 minutes to really dive into those. So I don't know whether those will be part of what I'd be pursuing or not. The first three are definitely of interest, and then the other one I mentioned is the personnel evaluations. That's not a ClearGov thing. There's different vendors that offer that functionality, but that's something that I think, you know, I don't know which vendor we like. We're still doing research on that. But that's something that there's a lot of appeal to a platform designed for that, because to do that without a kind of platform for that intended use is gonna take, you know, me personally more hours than I've been able to commit in 5 years. And looking ahead, I mean, I'm just like looking at the next 8-10 weeks. I mean, you guys know that's on my plate. I know it's not gonna happen in that period. It's just kind of like it keeps going forward further in the future, and the pipeline just keeps getting built. Sometimes by our initiative, sometimes by external forces, but that's something that's very, very important to follow through on. But I've been really concerned for more than a year on our capacity to do that, and to do it on a standardized way, considering there's so many staff that are overseen by other supervisors. So how do you have everyone buy in and use the same method and the same timing? A platform that was like cloud-based, that allows for self-evaluations would be really appealing, but we are still researching the specific vendors on that.
So you're just looking for authorization to apply for the grant?
That's right, yeah.
And if you get the grant, it's every other year grant you can do?
Yes.
So do we own the year in between?
Well, so they would only fund, the state would only fund the first year. So if we decide to do it, then that would have to part of the operating budget going forward.
It looks like when the programs you noted, probably about 45 grand, if you total them up.
Can you go a la carte on this? Or
Yeah, you can go, a la carte,
That's what
yeah.
you mentioned, the three, and then the other one, the personnel, you thought that was in rough math, like 42 grand or something.
I don't think it's that.
No, I don't think it's that much. I think
Well, there's option 1, option 2, option 3.
Right,
That's
yeah.
25, that's 35, and then.
Well, you have the upfront cost at the one-time thing.
Yeah.
The 11 grand.
Yeah, I think it's this, you know, 28, there's more.
21, 45, the option 2.
Yeah.
Okay, you take the package down there, okay.
And then there's a one-time setup fee.
Right,
Right, that will be incorporated within the grant,
yeah,
so then every year after that's 28 grand plus
Yeah.
what they raise every year.
yeah, it's a major,
So it's just
cost,
under,
so.
so the grant would be for just under 40, and then our ongoing costs, assuming there's no escalator in their pricing, would be 28, 145.
Yeah, it's a major investment, so one thing, just I'm keeping my eye on the clock and knowing we have a lot of executive session stuff. If we wanna table this for 2 weeks, I have no issue with that, or.
I mean, might as well apply for the grant.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
And let's suppose you get the grant, you try it for, you don't like it, you dump it.
that's right.
I mean, I know that's a heck of a pain in the ass at that point, but if you say this is absolute, we'll know at the end of the year. If
Yeah.
It's worth 28 grand and maybe.
That's right, I think
It's
we will.
probably, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it's not gonna be worth it.
No, that's what I'm saying, I think it'll be, we don't have to guess if it's good right now, you know, by the time we spend that money. So
All right, what's your
I'll
motion?
make a motion to allow Angus to apply for the grant.
A second.
All right,
And just as a thought, sort of going forward, assuming that the town has awarded the grant and that we implement it and going forward, if you could sort of, like, from a qualitative or crude quantitative standpoint, as you're using it, just keep track of what you think it's saving.
Yeah,
You know, because it would be interesting to know after you've used it for a year.
yeah, that's good advice.
You know, and don't put a lot of time into it, you know?
Yeah.
It'll cost more time than what they say.
Yeah, exactly.
all right. All in favor? Aye. All right, item K. Discussion of personnel policy vacation.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't wanna reiterate everything, in the memo, basically, you know, we do know there's, you know, some employees that in all likelihood will not be able to use their time. So we did send out, I think, I'm not, Jenny sent it today or not, she sent me the language, I okayed it, so whether it went out today or.
How much was that?
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, we sent out notice today to department heads who have employees whose, you know, who have balances carried forward from the prior year. My guess is in the next couple of days, a week or so, we'll get some number of correspondences from people who don't expect to be able to use it. Those can be taken up by the board, either, you know, across the board or on a employee by employee basis, so I'll work with the chair on how to handle those requests, but I wanted to just give you a preview, because this comes up every year around this time. So unrelated to vacation time, I have been working with Wendy over the last, you know, couple of weeks on the proposed repeal of the personnel bylaw. We both agreed there was some language in the bylaw that is actually helpful, and so rather than see that, you know, repealed and then have to make a change, you know, we had thought it would make sense to propose amendments to the personnel policy that incorporate into the policy some aspects of the bylaw which are helpful, and that includes the language regarding how to amend the policy and the requirement for the 10-day notice and so forth, all of which I think is good and works well. So Wendy had taken it upon herself, thank you, to actually put together some red lines, revisions to the personnel policy. Those were sent out just first thing this morning, so I don't know if people had a chance to read that or not. But the request on that would be to refer those to hearing so that the board can take those up formally, you know, at your next meeting on October 2nd.
So this is verbatim from the bylaw, except for I just changed board of selectmen to select board. If you hadn't had a chance to look at it.
But I got the change, I just thought that they could put it.
Just to refer to
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah, but don't you have to, that's what referred to hearing, is those. All right. So we need to vote on that, Angus?
Yes.
I can't, I'm not allowed.
Who says that?
She has to pass the gavel or be able to make a motion.
Yeah, chairs aren't supposed.
Yeah.
Robert's rules?
Is it Robert's or is it us?
It's
Anyway.
based off of Robert's rules, but it is within
So, Chris,
chair is not supposed to make a motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we, have a public hearing to consider personnel policy amendments.
Second, in case the chair thinks that.
Because I haven't read it yet, so I can't say any more than that. Oh, is this your motion? Oh, that's the, okay, yeah, and sorry, it's just I didn't have time to.
Such a slacker. All right, second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. You can't first.
We'll put that on for 10-2, and we will circulate it around to staff via email tomorrow.
So is this one page excerpt okay to circulate, or do you need it in a different format?
I think, we use the typical kind of format for, for prior referrals, so we'll put that in the comment.
So do you want me to send you this in Word instead of?
Sure, that'd be great.
Can I ask a question about the vacation days in the personnel policy?
Hmm.
It has to be used within 120 days following the fiscal year, roughly September 30th.
October
Of the year in June, so July, August, September.
30th. July, August,
36,
September.
bad math. Okay, so that's fine. If they don't use them at that point, they're not rolling over again. They're
No.
gone.
Correct,
There's no accumulation, there's no compensation, no buyback.
correct.
Okay,
Use it or lose it.
I know, but I can think of other scenarios that might not play, so I'm just
Yeah,
thinking
that's right.
about it.
Yep.
Let's question on change
My preference would not even be to roll over. I think employees need to use their vacation days within a calendar year. Roll them into the next year. Now you're stuck with that same problem again the next year. You need to unwind, and relax, and get away from it, Jim. You found that out. I can see you in your little skirt down on the beach. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, okay.
It is something, like I said in the memo, it is something we're actively researching. Rebecca's gathering a lot of information on how other towns handle it, and at some point in the future, but we've been enforcing consistently the red policy that we have.
Okay, we voted, right? All right, item L. Potential future select board meeting dates.
Make a motion, we accept the tentative dates for future select board meetings as presented.
Right, just ask, all right, second discussion. Angus, is there any benefit to changing the meeting night to a night other than Monday for you personally, so you're not working on the fact of the weekend? I mean, I know it's kind of like just kicking the can down the road, but, I mean, I would be open to that if it made things easier for you and your office.
I don't think so.
All right.
Because even if, unless it went to like, I really don't think so. In fact, it's those Fridays, when most people close, leave at noon, is really
You
actually,
can actually get something done.
yeah, because I'm able to just sit and plow through it. So it's, as we've talked about, I'd love to get to where we pull everything back a day to where maybe the agenda gets closed on Wednesday, and that way, Thursday, and that way it's maybe done midday Friday instead of like late day Friday. Given the volume of stuff we're handling, that's not gonna change anytime soon. But I think that's something that could be done without a change in the night of the meeting. But yeah, if it was any other night of the week, like, occasionally, for instance, let's say there's a high stakes, meeting of the FinCom or capital improvement committee on a Thursday night. It's very difficult to turn out a packet Monday, because Monday is Monday, and it's like nuts, and there's not the time to do work. I mean, you're working, but you know how it is, so it's to like actually sit and create work product is, Friday's really the best day to do that.
Okay. Go back to your first point. What about closing the agenda on Wednesday?
I think we could definitely get there. That's something the chair could do. It really,
We've been doing it earlier.
yeah, we
Starting on
usually
Monday.
have a very good handle on the following week agenda by, 6 or 7 days ahead of time. And actually, I mean, we're often looking ahead multiple meetings. But if you look at some of the content in the packets, very often we're receiving kind of mission critical content, Friday or.
Well, we received I think, I'll say, is there 4 emails today with different things to be added? That might stop the week if it was Wednesday, if they got them in by Friday, at least we're.
That's not how it works.
Well, if it is, if you shut them down, yeah, I mean.
Also, we received legal stuff over the weekend,
There's always next meeting.
Well, these are
It's how you wanna
time sensitive,
approach it.
these are time sensitive things that we need.
Only one.
Yeah.
I can think of.
In an ideal world, you're right, but often that's not how.
No, but there will be credit, there'll always be one or two credit, but these four, I think there's only one that has to get addressed. An executive in a timely fashion.
There's more than one.
Okay, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. And this personnel policy, but it's critical, so that we can get it before for hearing, before the town meeting vote to repeal the bylaw. So, Rob, did you have something you wanna add?
I did have some, since we're talking about scheduling, and we're scheduled to get together next Wednesday.
Mhm.
Will you be adding to the warrant a draft article number 27 for 31,200 for a previous from the police?
No,
No, that's not gonna be on the.
no, you may not have heard, I said I talked to Mike Dwyer today about it, and he said he's fine with waiting. If they don't get the grant, he can wait. I thought they would be able to wait till special, till annual time. meeting.
Great, so that's not gonna happen, okay, great, thanks. Appreciate it.
So just being, I threw this out because I just did every other Monday.
Mhm.
So this wouldn't include a FinCom schedule,
Sure.
additional meetings needed around town meeting, town moderator, things like that.
So you can revise it as we go too, this is.
But this
yeah.
helps just to have.
I don't really. know what's doing it.
Yeah, revise it as you go, but it's definitely helpful to know kind
I
of.
think it's great to have, this is what we're looking at, yeah.
I think moving forward, I think that's a good timeline, if that works for everybody, we kind of go off to the next town meeting and
Mhm.
go.
Oh, yeah. So Tuesday meeting in January, huh?
Because it's gonna falls on 20 days, so.
Yeah, okay, so we don't need to vote on this for anything.
Very good motion.
Did you?
We did.
Yeah, and you seconded.
Oh, yeah, just so I could have discussion. All right, all in favor? Aye. Right, are you opposed? Are you really put them all in your calendar?
Well, I just, it's every 2 weeks, so it was easy to ask.
Isn't there a way to just like do a mind meld?
I just like to make sure.
All right, minutes.
Nothing.
Minutes.
Oh, there's a total solar eclipse on this.
All right, focus.
We can
Shiny items, huh?
we can still meet.
My understanding is that these have been corrected with the input that we gave in advance to Max.
Yeah, I wish to register, not a complaint, but I don't think this is an efficient way to do minutes. Because I found going through them that I had questions, that if we're doing it collaboratively, we could have said, oh yeah, that is right. And now each of the three of us are making comments, and that makes Max have to take comments from 3 people. So I feel like I should have reread these carefully, and I didn't, just because I was sick of reading them this time.
Well, that's why I asked Max earlier today, did you incorporate my comments? He said, yes, I'm done.
But what if I gave comments on the same thing you did, then he's gotta choose.
You win, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't feel
It's
an
more for
efficient
accuracy.
use.
I don't think any of us ever got in the meeting and said, I didn't say that, you said that. It's just been minor inconsistencies were corrected. I mean, town manager and town moderator corrections.
I think if it's past grammatical,
Mhm.
I think maybe we can bring it up in the meeting, but if it's grammatical stuff, we should get it out of the way.
I don't have a problem doing it in the meeting if you want. I just think we have to do it quick. The last meeting was brutal in the minutes, just took forever. I'm trying to get out of the meeting before 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I feel like this actually takes more time if you look at the time that it takes us.
Okay.
I mean, it took me 45 minutes to make corrections and, redline it and send it to Max, and then he had to take it. And I just feel like it's inefficient. That's my opinion. Did you have any corrections on the corrections? Or did you not
I
read it?
don't read them because they're already done. I don't have it redundant.
I read through it, I saw nothing significant, I saw a couple of minor wording issues that I barely flinched at.
Yeah, I had a question. There was one document, the Tata and Howard document. This is item F. It said, we questioned why the study is so long. August 21st. And it references the study on page 311, and I know there's not 300 pages in that study, and so I made a comment in my red line version, but Max probably didn't see it.
It may have been that page on the packet.
We've never had, we've had
It's
a long
not
packet,
that
11 pages.
Yeah.
Actually, there might have been a packet.
It was 300.
One time we,
It's close to 200.
I thought there was one where it combined ES and
Yeah.
open session.
Oh,
where it
sure.
went over 300 pages.
Oh, that I don't know.
Yeah, no,
But it wouldn't be numbered.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, maybe just strike that. I don't even know what increases I was talking about. That's why I was hoping you guys could fill me in. But
So, yeah, so I gotta tell you, I read through both of these. And I was about to start to edit
Mhm.
and another shiny object. I moved on, I never got back to it. So I know, so the deal here is that you edited them, they're perfect.
So this is my alternate proposal. Chris, you can edit the minutes and then send it to Max and then we'll just review.
No, we just do it in the meeting, I'm not gonna, split the process, that's kind of silly.
Yeah. Well,
I don't have a problem with it.
Another alternative, payroll assigns when they go through, they can assign a city councilor to review it for that week, and that person reviews the minutes, they submit
Are you saying we can get a payroll city council to do this?
That's what I'm thinking, where are you going with this?
every meeting, they assign a future counselor. So a council, on the council to review the minutes, they get
The solicitor councils will get one.
so that's what I just suggested to Chris.
Right.
Instead of rotating.
You did.
he does.
Big collective.
Yeah. You're not gonna bite?
No, if you're gonna do it, it's all in one, I think.
Jeez.
Well,
Drive a hard bargain, Chris.
that's not a bargain, that's what it is.
All right, so do you have a motion to approve these minutes?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that was August 21st and
I
September.
thought it was both.
Yeah. Great. All right, Angus?
All right, just briefly on the paving contract, we put this out over the summer, we got the bids, we awarded the low bid, lowest responsive bid, Rocks, just very, I've come to learn, I guess, a very well-known paving company.
They used to have a operation over at Merrimack, and they used to only do, used to be that I don't think we could get them. Because we were too small.
You got one in Groveland too, I believe.
Really?
They used to, I don't know if it's still.
All right, guys.
So the main intent was just to keep you apprised with the scope. I think it was actually probably a year and a half ago that the board even last discussed the paving. I remember when Wayne had put together the list, I want to say it was like July of like last year, so it's been quite a while. And then, as you know, we had a different contractor under contract up until April. It had been intended to go forward with the original scope, and then they had withdrawn because they, because of price escalation, they could no longer honor the pricing they put in our initial bid, so we had to rebid it. So, what was bid out had actually included River Road. And then once we learned we got the MVP grant, we all felt like it was not sensible to include River Road, because what if that study recommends an increased size of culvert or something? We're gonna look pretty silly if we're digging it up to do a culvert replacement, right after paving it. So we made the decision to remove River Road at Coffin Street and the Town Hall parking area. That's
On
all.
Coffin Street, you have the same potential issue.
Well, it's funny you should, you should say that.
And by the way, I would love.
Highway superintendent this morning, so I was actually gonna let them know that, but when I wrote this memo on Friday afternoon, I hadn't yet been made aware of that, so. But why don't you take it from here, Rob?
Trust me, you have the same issue on Coffin Street that you do River Road. Although from the life of me, I can't understand what that first bullet point is trying to say.
I keep.
Crane next street.
Oh, that's a typo.
I have
What the hell is that?
Yeah, no, it's from Main Street.
I thought there was a lot of paving.
That's,
It's very serpentine.
yeah, okay.
For
No,
Main
I was-
Street
I
and
was-
Georgetown Road.
I was rushing on Friday when I was trying to get all this
Yeah, okay.
done, so no, that's.
It's important to Crane next street, not up by your house.
It is, yeah.
Okay, got it.
It's,
Yeah, I wouldn't do Coffin Street. I mean, I'd love to see it done.
well, so the paving's not actually gonna get done until next calendar year. The prep work is gonna get done this fall, and I think, so Coffin Street, yeah, I met with Bush this morning. And there's a failed culvert, and, in the old days, it's something that highway would have done in-house. In the modern era, it required permitting from Concom. And it's gonna require engaging engineer for permitting, that's gonna presumably involve, evaluating size, it's a bigger project.
Where is this culvert? Do you know, is it down towards the river? Or
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so again.
So there were two
Yeah,
failures.
there's two actually, so I would keep an eye on this. So as you come down Coffin, on the left, there's a White House up on the top. It's just past where the Dwyers were, so you can see where it eroded. So, and there's a stream that runs in front of, to the left of the White House.
Yeah.
If you go further down towards the house, one up from me, which is Mike and Laurie, they had an overflow down there, which means that there's, I don't know what the culvert is, but clearly there's attention that needs to be done down there, because if you're having overrun all the time, then you run the risk of the pavement being wiped out, so that's one that might need some sort of study down there to figure out what you're trying to pass. Whatever's down there is not sized properly.
So if, if one or both of these culverts needs to be replaced, there is, I don't think it's, the Fish and Game. There is a department of state though that looks at, replacement, basically upgrade of failing culverts, to box culverts or other suitable, means to convey water and also allow wildlife to pass. And they generally are from a functional standpoint, they're a heck of a lot better than a round culvert. They'll give you more capacity, they're probably not less expensive, but they're also a state money available. And seems to me, we should look at that. I don't know how quickly the job has to be done, hopefully there would be time to look at the grant funds for it. But, if it's a $50,000 project, it might be worthwhile.
It may well be. So Butch is reaching out to 2 different engineering firms to get quotes on the cost to design and take it through permitting. And I told them to include in whatever they are asked to produce, the probable cost in terms of construction. So that, once we engage an engineer, which we can't do until we find funding, we gotta see what the costs are for the engineering. I don't want to speculate on that, but it is probably more than what we can find in the operating budget. It's very difficult. We're still fairly early in the fiscal year, and it may be sitting there at this, highway, street and trees line item. But this is where, the office of the director puts kind of the burden on myself, Jenny, Caitlin. We kind of look at prior year spending, look at like, okay, there's might be this much balance, but we got to think ahead through June 30th and on the W director. So, it's going to be difficult to know, if the engineering costs and the estimated construction costs end up being $50,000-$60,000, that's not something we can just absorb in the operating budget. So we're just talking to a couple of engineers to get estimates on design and permitting and try to get a cost, some estimate of what construction costs would be. I talked to him just today about reserve funds, although I cautioned him that that's less this year than it has been in prior years. It's only $40,000 for the entire town for the entire year. So I'm just trying to get my head around the project a little bit. If Coffin Street ends up not being the right road, we can take it out. That's one of the benefits of the way the invitation for bid was written, and the contract with Brock's gives the town absolute right to change roads. They put in a per unit price, Brock's put in a per unit price. We can change it at any time, so.
Per lineal foot, like you mean?
Yeah, it's broken down for different, there's like 5 or 6 different items in there. But the only thing we have to do, which I know in here with the chapter 90, is we have to go through a couple of hoops with the state. It's not that big a deal, and I was actually quite impressed with these changes that Caitlin did all of that paperwork herself, got it submitted to DOT, and they turned around approval pretty promptly.
But I would just ask Butchie about that second one, because I think he's reacting to the one that broke. The other one, I think, isn't engineered correctly, is what I'm trying to say. And so I needed.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah, because no problem has ever come up before. But now we've had it twice where I could show you my neighbor sent and stuff, but the point is, right, it hasn't been engineered, there's a problem with it, so you probably wanna see about both of them.
Yeah,
Even if it takes 2 years to get done.
Yeah.
Better to get them done and then do
definitely,
the pavement.
yeah, definitely.
Cause I'm glad to see Collins on the list, but I'll tell you, you may recall this, our former moderator, his parting shot was, please repair the roads. And then we hired Gary Bill, who then did a great job repairing the roads. I mean, do you remember how the roads were? But you couldn't even bicycle on the road. So Coffin Street can wait 2 years alone, you know. I don't want to impose it.
So is there like a 5-year plan so that all roads will get done, or how does?
There is a, Wayne had a spreadsheet with every road in town on it. It's got a numerical coding. I provided that to Butch. It was the first time he'd seen it. So we're still basically getting our head around what method Wayne used, which was, needless to say, quite different than the predecessor. So, I'm not prepared to say there's like a 5-year plan or that anything's on a.
Yeah, that plan actually was something that was in one of our packets.
Yeah.
Like 2.5 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
that's right, yeah. So I think that's really gotta be, it's gonna take some time to, what I asked Butch is to basically apply his own knowledge of the roads to that and to evaluate. But Wayne's system, it didn't have years. It just had 1 through 4 in terms of, condition of the road. And then, the way it's happened is each year, the director prepares, based on both road condition and available money, what they would prioritize for the subsequent year. So there's not like a single plan that's binding on, year after year, but there is a inventory of all the roads and their condition, but, I don't actually know whether those assignment of ratings of 1 through 4 reflected Wayne's observation, or perhaps it might have been something that he had Gary advising him on, because he did have Gary coming in and doing different work, and I don't know exactly what, so we're kind of starting with that as a template, but it's.
But there's a thought, there is a thought, I mean, is Gary still available, might, Butch, you mean, well, okay, so there's a thought, I mean, Gary could help out with the schedule. But there you go, just a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So the state office, it's called the Division of Ecological Restoration, and they have a river restoration culvert replacement, program.
Okay,
So that's
Replace
one.
outdated and undersized culverts.
Right.
Bingo.
All right.
Is that, river streams,
Yes.
seasonal?
Probably all the above, but I.
Yeah, right. Because wetlands is wetlands, essentially, they're good, okay, great.
All right, Angus, any other updates?
Nope.
No. Any other, agenda items for the meeting?
Sure.
What?
At one point you did the list of who were addressing on boards and committees. Well, I've seen this put together with names, and we're gonna get contact information from those.
Is that coming from you, Jim? The chair of each, so that you.
Yeah, your contact,
Yeah.
well, I didn't keep track of what you were signing.
Oh, okay.
I don't have that, we should, that should be a list that we all have.
Yeah.
So if somebody says, hey, who's on that one, I can say, oh, that's Wendy, because she does them all.
No, we.
But then-
divided them evenly.
If I could get their contact, whatever I'm responsible for, I'll send them an email and say, hey, this is what we did, if you have a question, call Wendy. Yeah.
So Jim, I updated, did I send it back to you? Okay, I'll send it to you, if you could add a contact, that'd be awesome.
The comment I made earlier tonight, and I would like sometime for further discussion, if not limited just to Andrea's property, but any property that the town may find of not of value to do something else with, that could better benefit the town. Maybe everybody's gonna go ballistic, I mentioned to somebody else, and they wanna take my head off with the Andrea's property, I think it's a great field. Okay. if you get $1.5 million to cut up lots and buy a property for wells, that's not a bad, so, just an issue for discussion for lands that we're maintaining, we don't need.
So the first step would be to inventory those parcels, right? And then,
I'm sure they're already inventory, but who has that list, but then how do we address those? I mean, Freeman is a great property, but we don't do anything with it, so. Not saying that. Anyways,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
agenda, farm lane signs.
Actually, just to back up on that, are you referring solely to land that's held for general municipal purposes as opposed to land that's already, say, subject to a CR?
Yeah.
That's what I would assume, but.
Land doesn't have to, you know, there's no defined function or
Yeah,
purpose or
good.
restriction on it or
Yep.
intent.
Yep,
You know, if somebody said in the back of the head, well, we've been thinking of, and I can imagine this, we thought of Craven property maybe for, you know, this, housing thing, that's fine. As long as there's some concern for it, but a drainage seems to be just floating in the doldrums with no, so I don't know. Farm lane signs, it's.
yeah, then those aren't up.
I thought they were up.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, I'm just.
Oh, I think they're up, yeah.
I haven't seen.
I haven't been out there.
Discussions.
It's, yeah.
Did you walk down there?
Yeah.
Right around the corner for you.
Last one, we mentioned about, this came to light with more issues, the policy about, private entities doing displays on town property. You sort of made a comment for him, if you wanna look into that. It wasn't his to ask. But if I were to look into it, I would say the policy should say quite simply, no entity is allowed to do it, so. I think we need to have a discussion as a board at some point on that, because I think it can be very dangerous.
Yeah.
So I mean, we also need to update the select board policies,
What?
the select board policies, I think this would be one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can just see that one with somebody antagonistic wanting to take advantage of it, creating a big issue, and I don't. And then you craft a policy,
You're right.
still get you.
Yeah.
And we did one, that I felt we were pressured and it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
And those are my, that's our future agenda.
Very good. Okay.
Jim. You know that not everything said at a meeting need go to minutes. So.
He's not doing the minutes. They'll have to take it up and back. And
So.
you also have no say over select board minutes.
So any comment I may have made about who could help with,
Yeah.
the road,
You mean when you
condition
put the
roads.
corn in your mouth, yeah.
You got some councilman from Havel's gonna do it for us now?
They come cheap.
Do you need to, sign posted on this or?
No?
No. Thanks, Rob.
And this is where I close the door?
Not yet, they haven't.
They haven't officially.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Well,
Oh, no, gotta go to executive session.
yeah, and before, I wanna just, so there was information circulated about potential land acquisition. I don't know, that's not on the agenda, so you would need to vote to add that on the agenda, or that could be taken up at the next meeting, but that's on the option that was drafted. It's gonna be around.
Yeah, so what, and.
So I'm leaving the door open.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
So what MGL would that be? Would that fall under for executive session?
Let me, it's the,
A,
let me pull up recent, cause it's on just about. But it's based on the determination of the chair that the discussion, the open session would be harmful.
That is the determination of the chair. Wait a minute, what's she doing? No.
this is a bad sign, it's already 9:30.
These items are easy. Yes, yes, and no.
That would
The
be,
discussion of public
consider
meeting.
that, so, the exemption is chapter 38, section 21A, subsection 6.
Okay,
Instead of the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property.
all right, so, then we wanna make a motion to go to the executive
I'll
session.
make it motion if we can say, go on executive session for the items as enumerated, or have to do
Just read the number.
general law, chapter 30A, section 21A. As general law 30A, section 21A.
A.
No, it's
two,
A, whatever,
two,
A2,
three,
A3,
six,
A3.
seven.
2, 3.
6 and 7, 6 is the one we added.
Okay, so 21A3 is cited twice here.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Okay, so 23,
and then A7.
3 and 7.
And 6. We're adding.
And 6.
We're adding 6. All right, second. All in favor?
Aye.
One.
Read, oh, bigger.
Yeah, it's very
Nice.